Lord, today, I've been just talking away. Can y'all hear me now? I was like, nobody's answering me. Lord, already. What's up, Cherokee Girl, Annette Pendergrass, Sassy Brenda, Jean, Polyhemus, Fee and me, Muffin Top, Scuba Diva. Just roll with it, baby. Smiley Stories World, Muffin Top. See if I miss anybody. I'm that biatch. Mama Bear, what's up? Katie Kitty in the house. Miss Justice 1111. Make sure I don't miss nobody. Little Dev. See if I missed anybody.
This
Still
is
scrolling.
amazing.
Amazing. Oh, thank you, Muffin Top, for becoming a member. Well, thank you. See, I started to welcome Streamlabs. So how's everybody doing? Hopefully we won't get hacked today. In case you guys didn't know, the last live stream that I have now privatized due to the fact that I had to download it and do some other things with it. After that live stream ended, I ended up on the phone for about 3.5 hours. But I actually called Acer's technical support. That's who makes my Chromebook. I got you, Katie. That's who makes my Chromebook. And so, by the way, we were on subscribers only when I got hit. Just so y'all know. So anyway, Acer's technical support asked me several questions, and I had took, with my cell phone, I had took a screenshot of what I was experiencing, because apparently there's a lot of different kinds of black screen. The black screen that I experienced, what occurred, and I'll give y'all just a little breakdown. I lost control of my cursor. My mouse was not controlling it. So I thought it was the actual mouse that I was using. I thought that it went dead. So I unplugged it. Tried to use the actual mouse pad on, the Chromebook itself. The cursor still was not responding. Plugged up my one of my backup mouses that has a USB plug-in to communicate. Didn't work. And then it just died. It went total black screen. Couldn't come out of that screen. In the center of the screen was the cursor, but the cursor was like 2 or 3 times its size. Couldn't get it to power off. You can't do Control-Alt-Delete, by the way, on a Chromebook, because there is no delete key. It's not made to. Normally, you hold the power key down for 6 seconds, and that will power it off and override anything. I had to hold my power key down for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
This
so
is
90
amazing.
seconds. Thank you, Miss Mercy, for the membership. 4 months, it's saying. So, when I called technical support and described the issue that was occurring and what happened and how it went down in the middle, that I was live streaming through a streaming app and blah, blah, blah. They said, hold on a minute, we're going to get right back to you. Put me on hold, they came back. And it is called that screen, and going to that and it locking up like that is known as The hacker troll page. What's up, Days? Thank you for your short. I'm going to show it in the live stream here in a minute. Yes. According to, and they said that that's per the Geek Squad. I guess some kind of notes that they get, that they look over or whatever. It's not a new thing. My Chromebook is a first generation Chromebook. It's refurbished, all that. It wasn't bought. And when it came from Amazon, it was used. And I explained that. And they were very, very nice about it. They told me that generally it doesn't cause a loss of data. This is beyond trolling, Sassy. She said, note, the hackers will write plain note text in the program. What does that mean, Dolores? I don't understand. Because the way that they explained it to me was the goal of this particular thing. It's called the hacker troll page. And all it does, basically, they can do more with it. But generally, it's going to do what it did. It's going to lock my entire computer up and only be able to do black screen. It has to have the large cursor almost perfectly in the center. Okay? The goal for a hacker, this is what technical support said. When this hack is deployed, the goal is to stop you from what you are doing at that moment with haste. I said, what do you mean? So, basically, because I was live streaming, this is what they told me. Because I was in the middle of a live stream, and they hit me with it. That the goal was to stop my live stream, in their opinion. If that makes any sense at all to anybody. I'm telling you this because I want you guys to be careful with everything that's going on with Smiley. Y'all give me a 1 in the chat. Yes, and yes. Dolores, you are correct. Dolores said, let me see if I can get that pulled up. That makes sense, Dolores, for what they said. Because I had to give them the Geek Squad, technical support, whatever. I had to give them remote access control to my computer. So that actually makes more sense than you know, because they said that they were going to go through the script. I was the same thing is about tonight, except for one person that has been suspect to me. I'm just going to be real with y'all. That I feel like is two-faced, a double agent, whatever. The live was not about porn bots, Katie. I don't know what. Trying to see what she said so I can understand what the question is. Give me a second, because I'm trying to type, read, and everything else, and it's not working. And just roll with it in case you didn't know. We just started. You've only missed 15 minutes. Maestro del Defraz, if I can say it proper. Just roll with it. I can't find your question, but whatever the question was, I know it's been sporadic. Got you, Dolores. And I'll explain it in a second. Just roll with it. We have a Facebook group for mods. If you don't have a Facebook and you can't join that group, send me an email and I will catch you up. All news and all events and everything you need to know as a mod is talked about in that group. I know, Sherry. Look, if y'all will pay attention, and you might want to go back and look at a couple lives, pay attention. A certain individual will come into our chat and speak. Then here come the bots. Then here come the problems. And they think people's too slow to know. I just didn't see what the question was. Roll with it. I rolled back and couldn't find it. Now, Dolores, what I was trying to tell you, that technical support told me, at the same time I'm trying to fix the setup to YouTube. Why what, Miss Justice? What's up, Curiosity? Where's the page I'm looking for? Okay. What is up, Killer? Everybody give Killer some praying hands and some love for his family member in the hospital. Y'all give me one brief moment. So I can set this to subscribers only. And then I'll explain kind of what they was told and what I had said and what I was about to say, because we're going to do it tonight. But let me fix this first so they can't come in and stop the party. I just guess people just think that, I don't know if they think I'm just dumb or what, but if every time you come into my chat, 20 bots spam me with stupid porn things about getting a free date within 30 seconds of your arrival and saying hello, and then we start having issues, connectivity issues. I mean, 2 and 2 is 4. It'll never be 3 or 5. Just like I tell people, you can't be a little bit pregnant. You either are pregnant or you're not pregnant. You can be really pregnant. No. Mama Bear, you know how to send me that email, baby girl. Let's compare notes and see if it's the same people. Because it's a group. There's one person that come in. And that one person, I got screenshots of them in a chat. Another creator's chat room, speaking to that same group, talking about, I'll handle Nita. Okay. Alright, I got you. Handle me. Yeah. You might not like what you get. Yeah, always heard a duck, but okay. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck. Duck. And okay. So, I heard that, Curiosity. Thank you. What's up, RJ? So what I was talking about, and RJ, do you know anything about that? Have you ever heard of the hacker troll screen? What I was talking about that night, I had just finished giving my opinion about what was going on with Upchurch, at least to a point. When I got to, look, here's what I said, and I'm going to reiterate it since it got took down. A couple things. I'm not saying I think Upchurch is wrong with some of his info. Some of it's a little too far. But if you pay attention and read certain ish, you can read between the lines and figure out what the fuck was up. That being said, even though I believe this anime lady was fully involved and entrenched up to her neck in it, which is why she was co-signing, it wasn't a good look for him to speak to her that way publicly as the disrespectful, foul language. And listen, I got a mouth that'll make a sailor blush. That being said, if a man talk to me like that, it's going to be problems. We from the South, and I say we because Ryan grew up less than 2 hours from where I live, you know. Right, Katie, I agree. But even with the Ichamel thing, at least that's 2 guys. Personally, it was borderline verbal abuse. Yeah, icky. And that was all I was saying. That in my personal opinion, whoever his team is, advisory team, management and such, I feel they failed him. And for another thing that I feel I need to make a point, and I did play part of it, and I can play it the heck again without having to dig and hunt, because I can pull that stream up and play that part. But I just don't want to beat a dead horse. My biggest issue was with the creator whose channel they were on. You are a straight flip-flopper and have no backbone, dude. Right before Upchurch came on, you were talking crap, saying that he was cray-cray. Yeah, I know who his name is. I'm purposely not mentioning it. Saying that he was cray-cray or on something. And then as soon as he comes up there, you start fangirling because them 2.9 million subs and that money you gonna make changes your whole tone, outlook, and atmosphere. Heard that, killer. Prayers will be going up. Yeah, exactly, Dolores. It was like, in my opinion, he showed he had 2 faces. And he created that drama. He stoked that fire. And then hit his hands when it got out of control. But he damn sure didn't try to mitigate it or do anything to stop it, because them clicks and views wouldn't have got skyrocketed like that. And that's real talk. That's how I feel. Personally, God don't like ugly, bruh, and you're not going to get ahead from it. That's how I feel. That's how I see it. Mama Bear, the ones that you're seeing, do they have all caps or punctuation? Because if they have all caps or punctuation, Streamlabs is the one doing it, and they will time you out. Ah. Send me a message so I can find out who. I know. I done said this, by the way. The rogue mod in the house will be caught, and you not only will lose your wrench, but you'll go straight to the block party. I said this in the last live stream that I got struck in. I don't expect my moderators to be yes men and to agree with everything I say. I expect them to have their own opinion. Lay Marie, watch it. I'll start typing in the chat what you have to type to get the mod link, to get the links. Hold on. I don't expect my mods to be I don't know what the in some means. That's why I told her to send me an email. Anyway, what I'm trying to say, I don't expect my mods to be yes men. I don't expect them to, suck up to me and yes ma'am me on everything and agree with me on everything. What I don't expect is I ask everybody to respect everybody in the chat. So when I'm giving my opinion or I'm talking about something that, is a topic of conversation, what I really don't expect, sorry y'all, I'm checking to see what got deleted and who's deleting, because so far I can't find any deleted messages. Oh, I can tell you what happened. Let me double check before I say it. Appalachian Granny's message was deleted because she had 6 praying hands. Anything over 3. Mama Sita, I said it to subscribers only. I don't know why Mama Sita's got none, but it was Streamlabs. Everyone I find, it's Streamlabs that did it. And Mama Bear, you were timed out by Streamlabs. You and Mama Sita. And it says that it was for putting too many of the praying hands. Anyway, yeah, got you. I appreciate the heads up because I'm dealing with something and I need to know. I'm not going to call out who it was. I'm not going to specify because it was more than one person, but one took it to the extreme. When I was saying something, they didn't agree with it about Kylie's case. And I'm going to start with that because Kylie's, we're going to talk a little bit about it and everything. Oh, you good, Mama Sita, baby? I'm just trying to Mama Bear's helping me because I've got an issue and she's trying to help me solve it. And I appreciate the heck out of that. Anyways, what I was trying to get at with mods. I expect my mods to set an example for the rest of the chat on what you can and can't type. Right, RJ. Streamlabs is my worst drug mod. And the way that we interact and talk to others. So, when a mod is telling me that they disagree with the fact that I'm saying that, look, and this was before Miss Kylie was found, and I'm saying, look, everybody was intoxicated, could have been a wrong turn in a fatal accident. I don't think, going back and rewatching interviews, and I said this before, and I stand by it now, especially Sammy, Mags, and some of the other friends, going back and rewatching those interviews, I felt like Sammy was hiding something. But I don't think it was what happened to Kylie. Because I had found out, and I was trying to tell, but I didn't get to because I got argued with, was there was supposed to have been a second party. All these people showed up. Bazillions. Yeah, I'm exaggerating. But all these people showed up that were unexpected. My understanding is there was a second location that only by invite were you going to. And that was the mass exodus at 12:30. It's not been confirmed, but in my opinion, it's not been confirmed, but in my opinion, that was the mass exodus at 12:30 that everybody's been talking about. And It sounds like an Airbnb was rented for the second half of the party. Oh, one thing I did find out. The Ronnie Jones, where it showed the tag number, if you run that tag that Upchurch was talking about. And it does show all those listings. Listings. About what, Dazed? Listings. Not sales. Listings. So I went back and looked at it, and I called a random car dealership and asked them. What they told me is if they have a used car that they get. Oh, got you, Dazed. If they have a used car that they receive, they're going to list it for sale. And it's going to be listed with every used car dealership they own. So I'm trying to think. Like, I see commercials all the time for Randy Marion Chevrolet. So if Randy owns a Chevy dealership, a Porsche dealership, a Honda dealership, and a Jeep dealership, and 3 other Chevrolet dealerships, all 9 of those dealerships within like 5 days are going to list my car with them for sale. So when you run it back, it's going to look like it. Well, 9 times it's listed right there within that, that month. And then you go to the next month and 9 different dealerships. It was listed, but not sold. And it wasn't just, I called random, and then I actually went to a used car dealership that's a longtime family friend. So I'll have to look at that. Okay. I was going to do Kylie first, but I have so much already pulled up on Summer. Our focus today on Summer is going to be, yeah. I agree, Ronnie. Ronnie. RJ. I'm trying to pull that up for Fizzle's comments. Y'all bear with me. I'm not good at typing and talking. I'll either type what I'm talking or say what I'm typing. Here's my thing. If it's released to the public, we're going to get some answers. I have a list of questions. If y'all can give me just a moment. I'm not going to show this video. Well, damn, curiosity, you is answered. I had anonymous information come to me telling me that there was a second party. That's the mass exodus at 12:30. Kylie was going home. She wasn't going to the second party. Which is why, even though she was going to give Sammy a ride home. Now, let's think about this logically. Sammy asked Kylie for a ride home. Kylie says, yeah, I'll give you a ride home. But I'm not going to that other party, so I'm not going to take you there. That's why when Sammy got out of the car immediately, she went trying to find another ride. She was trying to find a ride to the next party. Doesn't that make more sense than the story we were told? I'm pulling it up right now. I got you. That's the story that I, through the Twitter, had someone reach out to me. Okay, these Streamlabs will still bother you. You just won't see it. I don't know if y'all are hearing what I'm saying or not, because everybody's responding to my questions. So, I mean, it's kind of common sense, if you ask me, Mama Sita. But literally, that's what I was told. And the person said that they were a parent of some of the teens, that they had teenage children that knew Kylie, but they were not allowed to go to the party because they had been homeschooled. And Kylie was not the party girl that they're trying to paint her to be, according to this individual. She was quite sheltered, but she was very intelligent. The question was, as a mod, what do you think your duties are? Oh God, Cherokee Girl of Kate. So I have a list of like general questions that, well, that once they immediately found Kylie, you can answer a whole lot. But to me, these general questions answer whether or not you're dealing with a just sad, tragic accident or something more nefarious. Like, for instance, is there water in her lungs? What gear was the car in? Was she seatbelted in the back seat? Yep, exactly, RJ. That's exactly what our mother said. So, it does seem off to me too, Tracy. I agree. So, I got a list of questions that I'm just going to read. It says plate from the video alleging to be, I'm not sure why it says plate. Alleging to be the August fifth party at Prosser. What do you see? I want to pull up that picture. If anybody has a screenshot of the picture that's wore itself out, just for reference, if y'all send it to me and let me know you emailed it to me, that would be so great. Sorry, I have a really bad headache, and you straight days, I love that. I found out that most people that are ADD or ADHD or have any other issues that deal with impatience tend to be straight to the point. Curiosity, if it's only on Fizzle's page, I can't play it. Is it available on any other page? If you guys will tell me where it's at, I'll go get it. And we'll watch it together. Because there's a party video that was shown in some pictures, but you can see a house in behind it. That was proven to be in Minnesota. If you're talking about the one where they had the chairs sitting up on top of the roof and they're doing donuts and all that, that was, or Michigan, I think Michigan. It was not the party. I don't want the mod to drop the link until I look at the video and know that it's the right video. I don't want to promote the video that's already been debunked. So, J for Justice, hold on, I'll go over there and look. What in the world is my daggum computer doing? That's just... Right, Gene. I was going to give a list. If they was doing donuts and stuff, that's the video in Michigan. It was 2 or 3 days ago. It was proven to be a fake video. Okay, the videos that Fizzle has are not the correct ones. The one with the red car in it. If it's the one with the red car, that is a party in Michigan. I believe it's Michigan. Yeah, it was debunked the day after they hit. That's why I didn't put them out. Just like the black and white photo that I told y'all was the Be Real photo, where you can see it looks like the girls standing up on the car and there's 3 girls in the back seat. And then you have the green and black looking video. Both of them are still shots. Those are from previous parties. Okay, I'm telling you. Okay, I'll show you the video. How about that? And I'll tell you, it's from Michigan. It was debunked. It was shown through metadata where it was originally came from. I'm telling you. But I'll show you. I mean, hello. I understand you haven't seen it, but I'm telling you that it's not there. First of all, it shows houses. The campground where they were at, there are no houses. Go look at a daytime video and show me where there's a house in anywhere near where they were partying. I mean, not trying to be mean or rude or anything. I mean, guys, before I bring stuff to you guys, I really vet it. I check it backwards and forwards. It's my job. That's what I'm supposed to do. It might take me longer to put it out. You might have another channel that posts something and says, here's this, before. But I like to vet it. I wouldn't have put those pictures up, and I'll show you all the pictures. I wouldn't have put those up if I had known they were from a previous party. They came, and I had the date. I want to say it was from a party in June. The still shots, the one that's green and black. Reason being is the very person that got those still shots came out and said that they went through finding people through the school yearbook app, some kind of app with school yearbook. Okay, Lady Marie. Through the school yearbook, they were able to get these individual students' names that they felt like would be at the party because they were seniors. And there's some kind of secret Instagram account. And they got those pictures from that, where the secret Instagram account had loaded them up to some kind of app with the yearbook that's tied to school. It's where the pictures came from. Here we go. I'm going to let it play, and just enough to see and show you guys how it was debunked and where it's from. I hope Fizzle don't strike me, but she probably will. So, those of you be happy.
To upgrade your work and
Okay, if you'll read what Penny has wrote here, it says these videos were uploaded to YouTube on August the 18th of 2022. It's the only two videos on that channel, allegedly the Prosser Party. It was later learned that these videos, I think, were posted on Snapchat, was the original app, and Snapchat, if they have it enabled, gives you like some kind of, it's like a little red pin that drops where the video was actually done. And it shows, where they mark the video as being made, gives you a time and date stamp and all that. So they were able to trace it back to Snapchat. And from there, find the pin where it did. And I believe it was Michigan. It's Michigan or Minnesota. And I'm going to tell you, I ain't watched this one. I ain't been on her channel. I have not watched it. There's a red card. They're showing donuts. There's two different videos. One of them, you can see a house that's kind of straight ahead, and another one beside. The one beside has a chair up on the roof. Am I anywhere close? Okay. So I'm going to slow it down to half speed. I'm going to mute it. And I'm also going to stop. I'm also going to pause it. And we're not going to watch all of it. You can go over to Penny's channel and watch. There's two videos. We're just going to watch a portion of this one. And then I'm going to give y'all my list of questions that once they're answered, and they're pretty much yes or no questions, once they're answered, you'll have the answers as to, was this an accident or something more? Good night, Miss Tracy. Thank you for being here, darling. All right, I'm going to mute and let this play. There's no road going downhill like that they can be racing the cars in. If you look at the geography and topography there, as well as look at all those cell phones. By the way, everybody keeps wondering why there's no pictures from the party. Well, you took the one B-reel shot. If your phone was out again, you was out the party. The one rule about Fight Club is tell no one about Fight Club. Rule 2 is what? The same as Rule 1. See Rule 1. Whoop whoop, Tracy. Woo woo. I mean, that's the truth. The first rule of Fight Club is you tell no one about Fight Club. The second rule of Fight Club is see Rule 1. Okay, this is the first video that I saw. I mean, here's the first question I have. Let's put our critical thinking hats on. Where's all the trees? They were camping at Prosser Campground out in the middle of the woods. Where's the trees at in this video? Where's the water? Just saying. This is the second video. Steady trying to unmute myself. I'm with you, Mama Cena. So while we're still talking about Kylie's case before we go to Summer's case, because I don't like to flip-flop back and forth in between, let me unmute this and explain. So, this is the first video I saw of one of the two. Now, you see trees, and it went to, I slowed it down, I thought, let me play it back even slower. See, they seen that we debunked it by that, and they sped it up. Come on. I'm trying to show y'all where it's at the house. Yeah, there's a Rockin' Robin. So I was already explaining to people that these have been debunked. They are from a party in Michigan. Yes, they were on August the 5th. But where they were at Prosser Campground, there's no houses. There's 2 houses in these videos. Where they're out here doing the donuts, where's the water? Because where there wasn't trees, there was water. It was debunked on another show like 3-4 days ago that went frame by frame. I can't slow it down much slower. Went frame by frame and showed exactly why. I know, baby, you good. And showed exactly why that they knew they were fakes. Come on, hit the X. Okay. Personally, let's think about a couple. What's up, Aussie True Crime? Let's think about a couple things logically in Kylie's case. So here's my questions, and some of it we'll get the answers to with the preliminary autopsy results. Number 1, I was in Dolly's chat the other night. Those of you that were in there probably know, because I even called in and answered the question. Because a lot of people were saying that even if someone was deceased before they went into the water, that they would still have water in their lungs, and that they wouldn't be able to tell if they were deceased before they went in the water. Inhaling the water once you're deceased is the same thing as, how do I say this? If somebody's house catches on fire and they find a body inside of it, they automatically run tests to see if that person has smoke in their lungs, if they've had smoke inhalation, if there's burning in their lungs, and to decide if they were deceased before or after the fire started. It's the same thing with water, my dear friends. Google it. You may have a minute amount of water, and I mean a very minute amount of water, but you're not. If the cause of your death is not drowning, you won't have water in your lungs, period. If you were deceased, like right now, if me and Smiley and Cherokee Girl is in a car, and for whatever reason, I fall over, we're going to use me so nobody can't get mad at nobody. I fall over, and they throw me in the water, in the river or the lake. Yeah, I was getting there, Maestro. Thank y'all. I love it when y'all fill in blanks that I hadn't got a chance to fill in yet. Anyway, if they throw me in the water, but I was already dead, I'm not going to have water in the lungs. And to take it a step further, let's say that I had some type of medication that is what's considered a respiratory depressant, which means that you're barely breathing. A lot of times EMTs and nurses and doctors can't find a pulse or tell that the person's breathing when their breathing is that shallow from, a lot of times from opioids. or fentanyl, which is an opioid, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, then you would have trace amounts of water. Now, let's say I drowned in my bathtub, accidentally on purpose, and somebody throws me into the lake up here where I live and thinks, okay, well, she drowned. Either way, it's going to be all good. No. They can test the water and the tissue that's holding the water in your lungs, in your digestive tract, wherever, and tell where that came from. If it's chlorinated and treated, they know it didn't come from no natural river that just gets water pumped in, that just gets rainwater pumped in and cycled out. They can tell if it was salt water, fresh water, city water, well water. It can be traced based on the minerals and the mineral content and all that. So that's something important to also keep in mind. So I was like most people. I was like, oh, Adventures with Purpose, man. Oh my God, they found it. Thank God, and thank God. Thank God. For that family. Thank God for that mama. She ain't going to sleep good. She's probably not going to sleep good the rest of her damn life. I mean, let's just be real. But she can stop grieving her damn self to death and looking at the front door waiting on her to come in and pacing the floors and rocking in a chair that don't rock and looking out every door and window praying her baby gonna come walking up to it. And any of you, whether your mama, grandmama, aunt, sister, niece, cousin, whatever, we all as women can identify with that. Absolutely, Sherry. Prayers going up for Kylie's family because they're having nothing. I mean, you can't give her back. You can't unring that bell, So when I say I got questions, here's my list of questions. Is there water in her lungs? If so, is it the same water that's in that basin, that reservoir? Or is it different? What gear was the car in? Was she seatbelted in? By the way, I was going to say this. Now it's came out, in which I'll pull up a video to show you, but just FYI, in Jimmy's chat, I was telling people what my source had told me, and my source is impeccable. I saw that lane, Marie. Maybe you could go out and get us some video footage and meet them. Even though one of their dudes is from North Carolina, in case y'all didn't know. But anyway, my source is impeccable. Impeccable. My source told me, and I said this in Jimmy's chat, and people came at me. But now, it's everybody's reporting it. Just kind of like certain stuff in Summer's case. But anyway, sorry, y'all, let me type. I cannot type and talk. It's not working. Okay. I was just trying to cue something up because I know I want to play it after this. So Kylie was found in the back seat. Okay. Let me explain something about that. More than likely, the car went in nose first. Okay? If you've ever ridden a bicycle and you've been going at a decent clip and you put just the handlebar brakes, just the front brakes on, what happens? What happens? You're going to flip with your butt ends going in the air. You're going to stop on a dime. Your front tire is going to stop. And your rear tire is going to go in the air over top of you. That's what kind of happened. But now let's ask this question. Because to have the damage to the side view mirror that side view mirror has, that car would have had to roll sideways and not flip front over, back over front over back, however you want to say it. That side view mirror was broken with downward force. Look at how it's hanging. Something hit it from above and broke it downward, which would have meant that it would have had to flip towards the passenger side to break that mirror the way it's broken. So if it flipped over to the passenger side first and then on top and then broke that mirror, continued to flip until it was upside down. Well, absolutely a car can go down the ramp in neutral with somebody pushing it. Now, not only was that, okay, the side mirror was broken and dangling. That's how, and the way, the angle of the brake and the way it was dangling tells you how it was hit. Okay? Then you have, as you go up, it's got, I call it the bar. It's where the windshield meets. You see that there's an indentation in the windshield. Okay? Yeah, Sherry, I'm not saying the tires or nothing and what made it flip. My point is, it had to flip, nose going down, ass end coming up over to end upside down the way it did. The way the mirror was broken, it would have had to have flipped to the right and continued to roll all the way, like 2 complete rotations. What made it flip is not relevant to what I'm talking about. The way that the mirror on the side of the door, you know, the mirror you look in to see what's behind you and beside you, that mirror, the way it's broken, the way the break occurred, the car, for it to be broken when the car went in and was flipping because of the impact, that would have necessitated the car to have began flipping toward, with the roll going towards the passenger side. That's all I'm saying. Now, there's a small, and you can't tell from the angles, the pictures that I've seen, and going zooming in and everything else that I found on about 5 or 6 different areas and places. Some was printed news media, some was video, some was YouTube. I really have, like, I have viewed over 40 pictures of that vehicle as it was coming out on the winch with Adventures with Purposes. Other than being able to talk to them direct, I don't know about getting the answer to a couple things. It looked like that bar that goes in between where your door shuts, the window part. There's a bar that goes right there. In one side, you're going to have the door frame. The other side of that little bar, you're going to have the rubber piece and the windshield. It looked like the windshield had a small fracture. It's so hard to tell in a picture and video from the angle it was at due to the not breaking. You know, the glass don't shatter and break. There's also a dent on the door. The driver's side window is shattered from the outside in. It wasn't hit from the inside. It was hit from the outside to shatter it. Now, that doesn't mean it didn't happen when it was flipping or when they were trying to retrieve it. It doesn't mean any of that. And lastly, Kylie was in the back seat behind the driver's seat. And that window was also down. If you've ever seen the child safety windows, that they won't roll all the way down flush. They roll a little bit past halfway. That's how that window was rolled down. Oh, I hope so too, Miss Kay. Okay, so hold on. All right, this is Evil Exist. I'm going to show you this video, and I want it kind of reiterates the point that I came over. I don't want people to think that I'm taking somebody else's information. That's why I'm saying you can go back, you can watch the replay and the live chat replay. You will see that I was dropping these bombs in the chat. And people were like, no, how could she be in the back seat? Well, if the car went in nose first and flipped ass over and she wasn't seatbelted in, the back seat is the natural place that momentum would have carried her. Just FYI. Right, I agree, Rockin' Robin. You know, even if that driver's side window wasn't shattered, when the car settled and quit moving, she was beside the door on the driver's side in the rear, and that window was almost completely down. It was down as far as I believe that it was made to go down from the manufacturer. That was weird. Okay. Right, I agree, Mama Bear. I agree. And that was the point I'm making. But who rolled the window down for her? If she wasn't able to get out of the car on her own accord, who rolled the window down? Exactly. Or whoever pushed the car. Honestly, okay, I want this to Shaduki. Sorry, I'm trying to get this video queued up and it keeps playing. YouTube's got to do better. Okay, let me share my screen, guys. Hold on just a moment. If y'all knew how many tabs I have open, you'd understand why I had to hold a minute. Darlene, we don't know. That's why we're speculating. Absolutely, Sherry. Maybe it was already down. But I'm positive that the driver's side front window wasn't already shattered. I think her parents would have remembered that. You straight, Darlene? I'm trying to get this video queued up, and It ain't working with me. Come on, YouTubers. YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Okay. It should be moving faster. By the way, thank you to one of the Sunshines that asked to remain anonymous. Y'all. I have it's either 2 or 3 terabyte external hard drive. So now they can go after my crap all they want to because it's not saved on there no more. It's on the external hard drive or the flash drives or whatever. It's not going to be saved on the computer, and it's not going to be hooked up whenever I'm on the Wi-Fi or connected to the internet in any fashion. So take that. Take that. Take that. Right? Now I've got to get an adapter piece. I got one from my phone. It's 512 megabytes, I think, or gigabytes. But it works like just like the external hard drive, but it's for your cell phone. And it said it worked for Android, and it does. The Androids with the C charger. The way it comes, slides out. One side is a USB. Slide the other side out, and it's the Apple iPhone charger, standard one. And then, because I didn't have one and I chose Android, they sent me this adapter piece. And it doesn't have an adaptation for just a regular micro USB. It has an adaptation for the C type charging cord for Android and a regular USB in the Apple. So I have to get an adapter piece that fits over top the Apple plugs and turns it into the micro USB. But it'll work. Come on. Sorry, y'all, I'm trying. Okay, there we go. Okay. Alright, y'all. Just wait to show up on the screen. Because it's really being a pain right now. Whoop whoop on the moon. Oh, Rhonda, good. Because remember what you said about the DA? Well, I went and searched for that. That's right, you guys. I've got some information that you ain't seen no other channel that I know of. Because we're going to talk. Tonight's topic on summer is corruption in Hawkins County. Widespread corruption. From your lowliest position all the way up to judges, district attorneys. Yes, brought to you tonight by Rhonda Moon Tips. Alright, back to this video. This is Evil Exists, y'all. Well, Rhonda, thank you so much for finally sharing it with me just a few days ago. You shared it, I went and got it. Because you might have found it within the first couple months, but I wasn't looking for it because I didn't know it existed. Awesome sauce.
I've watched the heart-wrenching footage of law enforcement pulling Kylie's car out of the water. It was so hard for me to watch. We all wanted Kylie to be found safe, but unfortunately that was not the case. She was found in the car, in about 41 feet of water, in the Prosser Creek Reservoir. According to
By the way, they made a mistake. It's 14 feet of water, not 41. This one I put up because it's quite edited. You won't see anything other than the car. And I wanted you to be able to see. Let me see something. I'm going to take the closed captioning down right quick. I wanted you to be able to see. Like, hold on. Like right now, you see how the mirror is hanging and how it's been hit. It's been hit with a force from going up, coming down. And I don't know if y'all can see my cursor. I was trying to get a look. See, okay, there's my mouse. Hold on. Come on, cursor. I don't know why it's working on my screen, but I can't see it on y'all's. Okay. That went wonderfully. Okay. Let y'all watch the rest of this one. I think they had one more that I wanted to share.
the searchers, the car was found just about 600 yards from the party, which was held in a clearing of pine trees that overlooked the water. That is why I feel convinced that someone saw Kylie's car enter the water. Someone had to have seen something. Anyway, yesterday when they were pulling Kylie's car out of the water, we knew she was in there still. There was a big blue covering that law enforcement put over the back portion of
Okay, allegedly, this was a huge party. Roaring, drinking, nearly 400 kids. Can y'all show me one person that's holding a beer, bottle, can, glass, uh, I don't know, bottle of liquor, a solo cup, anything? I agree, Rhonda. Oh, wait. Here's the big picture from the party. Please tell me where you see anybody with alcoholic beverages. The ground ain't even littered that bad. I see, 2 or 3 cans. A lot of that's tree roots and leaves and broken asphalt. Yeah. And if you notice, I was reading the things. I agree, RJ. Let me ask that question. So while we're on that topic, here's a question for the chat. Give me a 1 if you know what a fishbowl party is. Give me a 2 if you do not know. Sherry, I'm not talking about what, I don't care about the arrow, baby. That's not what I'm discussing right now. I just needed this picture. Jeez, please, Jesus help me. I see 2 1s and everybody else is 2s. Wow. 3 1s. 4 1s counting RJ, 5 counting me. Because I know what it is. I watched an after school special about it, RJ. Do you remember? Did you give me a 1 in the chat if y'all saw the after school special about it? I remember them. Them was the good shits. When you said that the other night, RJ, in the chat, that clicked in my brain. I was like, yeah, the after school special. So look, for those of you that don't know, let me explain what a fishbowl party is. You go in your medicine cabinet at your house. Whether it's your prescriptions, your mama's, your daddy's, usually that's who it's going to be, is mama's or daddy's. But heck, you might have had a skiing accident or something and broke a foot. Yeah, exactly. It is what they're doing. And what you do is you go through the cabinet and you grab all the medicines that you got. You might put them in a Ziploc bag or in a bottle or whatever. And you get to the party and they got, whether it's a cookie dish, a fish bowl, a plastic Coke, whatever. Everybody that comes pours all that in there together, looking like Skittles. And everybody just grabs and takes. Whether you're going to find pain meds, whether you're going to find Xanaxes and shit like that, or muscle relaxers, or I guess high blood pressure pills. Of course, you're going to have one doofy in every crowd that's going to bring something like that. I'm just going to tell you up front. And my understanding is the mass exodus at 12:30 was to go to the second party. And my insider source told me that the second party was by invitation only. Everybody was welcome at this gathering, which wasn't supposed to last that long, is my understanding. Think about it. You don't see no alcohol. Show me somebody do you even see anybody smoking a joint or a blunt? And they play Russian roulette and think it's cool now, muffin top. So, yeah, any of it. That's what a fishbowl party is. I agree. Now, they're talking about how all these, think about it. How many times have we heard all these people say that it was only supposed to be around 100 people and 200 to 300 show up? Well, how do you get only the people you want? Because at a party like this, everybody came. The jocks, the bookworms, the cool kids that everybody wanted to be. Everybody came. From, 5 counties away. I understand that, Smiley, but you're different than everybody. You're different. Peer pressure is a bitch, too. Oh, come on. Just try it this one time. It won't hurt you, and it's your last motherfucking time trying it. Remember, I've showed you guys the fentanyl epidemic across America, period. But in Placer County in Roseville, it's been rampant. A 15-year-old girl OD'd, and the guy was just charged with murder during the time that they was investigating Kylie's disappearance. And then they showed us the rainbow fentanyl. That in itself looks like Skittles. And I looked it up. If you see the picture that they've been showing through Placer County for rainbow fentanyl, it's already struck into pills, like a pill form. I was told those are 30 milligram Oxycontin. I think I said that right. It might be oxycodone. Y'all correct me because I'm probably wrong. Yes, rainbow. If somebody else call it something else, RJ. But yeah, think about it. It looks like that within itself would look like a bowl of Skittles, if you think about it. I mean, if y'all didn't see the pictures, I'll see if I can't pull it up and show you. I know it's in one of the videos on the Placer County Sheriff's webpage. If y'all hadn't seen it. It says 30 on the pills. And what I was told they do, because I looked it up to find out what they do. They don't even have to necessarily have a pill press, but somehow they're pressing the fentanyl into the pills. They may not be nothing but just Tylenol, and they're pressing it to make it look like whatever. I don't know if they're using like 3D printers and stuff like that. Seems like would come in pretty handy, I guess. But that's the understanding that was given by the sheriffs that was talking about it. Yes. That's what they were saying, RJ, is that the rainbow strain of the fentanyl is stronger, where you could take 2 to 3 grains, equal to 2 to 3 grains of sand, is enough of fentanyl in the regular form to cause an overdose for some. And the rainbow is more potent than that. And if y'all, I tagged an article about a week ago on my community tab page about a huge bust involving fentanyl. And it wasn't even the bust. I mean, the bust was interesting to read about, but they spoke about some very specific things with that drug and how it's affecting people. And then they started talking about math, MATH, and how, and I believe this was in Texas. I hope I didn't just say a wrong word for YouTube. Just joking, y'all. They were talking about methamphetamines. I'm trying to comply with YouTube because I done said a whole bunch of drug names, But anyway, damn, Rhonda said $60 for one of them pills. That's crazy. The math, they were saying that, and I might be able to pull that part of the article up and play it because it was a video. Did anybody watch it? It was on the community tab page. And I said it was a must watch. I'll pull that up and we'll look at it. But what it was saying was that now the meth was coming from Mexico. And it used to be that they would make, that people just make it themselves and then sell it. And now, what's coming up out of Mexico is so cheap and so good that they would rather just buy it and use it rather than make their own. I guess there's less chance of getting caught because they were talking about how they could smell it in the air and catch them cooking it. It has not been confirmed, Curiosity, that the airbags did not deploy. Adventures with Purposes, nor any of the law enforcement agencies that are investigating her case. None of them have confirmed that the airbags did or did not deploy. Same, Stacy. At this point, as I understand it, all that's been confirmed is that, yes, it was her body. Yes, she was in the back seat on the driver's side. Yes, the driver's side front window is broken. The mirror is broken. The driver's side back window was rolled down. What? To bring in a new younger what, Sherry? I'm confused. Right, yes, Smiley. And that's what they were saying. It's cheaper to take it. What's coming up out of Mexico right now is cheaper to buy than it costs to make, especially with the chances you take of getting caught. You don't have to worry about that smell from the labs and the grow operation. Right on. Yes, absolutely, Robin. Oh, before I forget, while RJ's still in here. So, RJ, I got to ask the real Andy B a question the other night. He said that I'm wrong about the 2009 thing. That he had a mini marijuana plant grow operation inside his house, and that's what they got busted and charged for. I said, well, that might be what brought him in. But this failure to properly register your script is a charge that only is associated with methamphetamine. He covered the lens with his hand and whispered something to old girl and went on to the next question, ever so politely. You don't got to comment. I just wanted to know that you're here. So wave at me so I know you heard me. Please, sir. He was talking such a slow draw and he got very animated and quick. Now, but in 2009. In 2009, did it include other? Because according to my research, in 2009, it just included that. Okay, I'm going to let the rest of this play, but I do want y'all to look, since somebody else pointed it out and brought it up, where the yellow arrow's at. Allegedly, they're saying that it was a possibility that could have been her headlights in the dark. And I do want to say this. If it's dark enough, sometimes water just looks like a black space. The same as the rest of the land that's surrounding it, too. Right. It's still, as I understand, RJ, it still does not include Mary Jane. And never has. And that was what was alleged. But then it was something about chemicals combined with the Mary Jane and changing the charges. Yeah. If you can, rewind and watch that. It got a little deep on that question. Okay. I'm going to let the rest of this play. But those are just a few of the questions I have about Kylie's case. And I'm pretty sure Go ahead, real rock and roll, but that's what I just said. Where the arrow's pointing is allegedly the lights. I'm gonna let the video play and y'all make your own decision on that. The other thing that I was gonna say that I just forgot. Damn it. Yeah. Well, no, I'm not talking about Finn, Cherokee girl. Again, talking about math. I'll show the video so there's no confusion. Alright.
The car. I did get a glimpse of the back window that was halfway open. However, they made sure to cover the back of the car. That raised the question whether Kylie was in the back seat of the vehicle. More details emerged, and it seems that the driver's window was broken, and Kylie was in fact found on the back seat of her car. The car was found upside down too. A lot of questions still remain. Did Kylie try and get out of the car?
My name is Alethea. My story is true.
This is a story about the mysteries and paradoxes of life.
If
Ended with allegedly 200 to 300 other teens and young adults, was released to the media by Sammy Smith. Some are still questioning whether Kylie was at the party. She was seen on video at the party by law enforcement, so I don't think there is any doubt about that anymore. She was at the party, wearing the white hoodie. When Kylie was found in her car, it was definitely a very sad time for a lot of us who have been following this case closely. I can imagine for her family. I still cannot believe that no one at the party saw her car enter the water. Examining the first picture that was released yet again, I don't believe Kylie is standing with the other people in this picture. It's still...
By the way, oh gosh, Cherokee, does anyone see Kylie in this picture? If you do, please let me know, because I can't find her. It sure seems to me like she's not in this picture. And I don't see anybody that looks like they're imbibing in any type of illegal activities, as well as the fact that they sure ain't no 200 plus standing in this clearing.
It looks to me that these people in the photo are focused on something in the water. Look at their body positions. The one girl is even leaning over to look at something, which is in the direction of the water. Look in the distance. I see what looks like a light coming from the water. Do you see that? Let's zoom it a bit. Does it look like headlights, or at least lights in the water? I also have another question. Sammy said there were hundreds of other photos and videos, but law enforcement says no. So, where are those photos and videos, and were they ever given over to law enforcement? Drop your thoughts down below.
I feel like I'm spending way too much time dealing with other people's problems. How do I set boundaries with them?
This video is going to be the segue into starting to talk about Summer's case. Because, as you see, feds target Vice Lord's street gang with racketeering indictment. You see, this was June the 3rd of 2021. By the way, in the chat, give me a 1 if you saw my video, The Open Letter to Ronnie. And a 2 if you did not. Only because it's relevant to what we're about to be talking about. All the ones. Oh, we got 1, 2. Oh, 2 2s. Go. Okay, more 2s. Alright. We're going to play portions of this. I will be stopping it for discussion. And then I'm going to play that video. And we're going to break the 2 of them down. And then I'm going to show you, let's see, 3 concurrent lawsuits against Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. Wonder why they're broke. I think I might have figured it out. I don't just have the magazine articles about it. I have the actual court documents. Y'all know how I like them. Got the PDF files with the actual court documents for the 3 lawsuits. And about, I don't know, 18 articles that I found so many, I was picking and choosing, that show excessive force and allegations of corruption. So buckle up, Betties. It's about to get a bumpy ride.
I'm Dave Llewellyn. A 3-year investigation came crashing down on the almighty Vice Lord Nation. Federal authorities announcing racketeering, gun, and drug charges handed down by a grand jury against 40 members and associates. 4 are still at large. The feds say they've been in business for years on the streets and even inside Michigan's prisons. They also claim this bust headed off 3 planned murders. 7 Action News reporter Jim Kirchner is live downtown outside federal court tonight with a look inside the stunning indictment. Jim.
Dave, this is the 171-page indictment. It spells out how the alleged gang members, and there are several pages of their mugshots here given to us by the feds, they had to dedicate their life to this gang, including kill or be killed. It's a little windy out here. You get the idea, 40 members. That included going after rival gang members on the street and inside Michigan prisons, and
Lacey, if you rewind, honey, we discussed that. I had a list of like 10 questions that the FBI's examined the car and the preliminary autopsy should answer for us. And those questions were included. They didn't say they didn't notice. They said they were not, and I could play it. They said they were not free to speak about it as it was an ongoing open investigation. Period. What I find strange, if you really want to get into what's strange, is why the very place that her car was is the one place they were told they didn't need to search and were discouraged from searching. I'll wait. But we went over that already, whether the headlights were on, what gear the car was in, was there water in her lungs or not. Because I'm going to tell you a secret. That car can be in neutral, but if her lungs is full of water, it's a good possibility that car was knocked into neutral via the accident, if there was a car accident. You're good. Definitely. See, you need a combination of no water in the lungs, car in neutral, or not in drive. I mean, think about it. If you're in a car accident and you've done flipped over and it's threw you to the back seat, your foot could have dragged the gear shift. You could have kicked it trying to get your way free, even if you're unconscious. Even if you're deceased, the way the body gets thrown around. But remember, you can't brake. You cannot be on the inside of the car and break your window from the outside. That part. Remember that part. That window was broken from the outside in. So either it was broken during the time that it hit the water and flipped over, or not. Yep, I do too, RJ. I'm with you. I believe that too. I believe that too. Whether it was just alcohol or something more. I believe that's why I believe that fully. I'll say it, my personal opinion at this point, with the facts that I know as I know them, I believe she was intoxicated. I believe she laid down in her back seat to sleep some ish off, maybe even rolled the window down to get fresh air, because if you've been drinking, you might get a little nauseous and will puke your guts up. And by the way, I saw something. Have y'all ever seen, it's True Crime Rocket Science. He did a live stream, and his mods were great. When other people in the chat mentioned creators' names that weren't in the chat or that he didn't mention, they gently reminded those in the chat to please not talk about other creators that weren't mentioned by Nick during the live stream. And I would ask that of my mods as well as of the regular chatters. Please don't mention other creators in the chat. Because, like, if that creator doesn't support me and I don't have nothing to do with them and they talk crap about me or don't even know me and associate with me, I'm not really in the mood to pump them up. Oh, yeah, RJ, I agree. I'm just giving an example of, let me play devil's advocate type thing. You know, if she had just been drinking and had too much to drink and wanted to sleep it off. Because a lot of people can identify with that. You know, you would roll down the back window if you're back in the back seat to get fresh air. Or even if you've done other crap, you know, and you felt like it's going to blow you, you know. If you felt like it's going to puke, you might sit back there and roll the window down to get fresh air, thinking it'll help you not feel like you're going to throw up, you know. Yeah, I agree with you, roll with it. But, devil's advocate again, locals in the area say that water looks like a blacktop at night, in the dead of the night. Right, absolutely. Absolutely, RJ. I mean, when I slept in my car when I was in Tennessee, I wasn't in the driver's seat. I had all four of my doors locked, and I was laying in the back seat, but I also wasn't intoxicated, and if somebody come in, they was about to have a bad day. I was going to give them 38 reasons to leave me alone with one compact shot. That part. I was trying to find what Rhonda said that she hadn't heard. Yeah, you don't, Rhonda. You're correct about it. You don't inhale water after you just... Exactly. I went over that because there was a lot of confusion about that when I was in Dolly's chat. And I called in and let them know. It's the same as a house fire. If somebody had a heart attack and the house fire was set, or somebody shot in the head and the house fire was set to cover up that murder, they're going to know when they look at the lungs that they didn't die from the fire and smoke inhalation. It's not what they said, Rhonda. At all. I watched their interview. And they actually said 9 times out of 10 that it flipped because of the buoyancy of the tires would cause it to flip over. And the newer cars are different than the older cars. That's right. If you're dead, you're not breathing and you're not going to have water in your lungs. Who was timed out? I'll tell them why they was timed out. I don't have a problem. And I can show you the video, actually, of AWP. I went through, matter of fact, today, I watched 7 hours worth of interviews that adventures with purpose gave, and explaining why certain stuff was upside down and right side up and everything like that. And what they said was that oftentimes cars end up upside down, not because they flipped in a car accident or anything like that. It has to do with current, undertow, the angle at which they went in the water, the weight of the car, the type of vehicle it is. Remember, SUVs are oftentimes top heavy. You know, if you think about it, if you take a curve too hard in a lot of SUVs, it's going to flip. Yes, motor weight, exactly. Absolutely, RJ. Absolutely. The windows being broken, open, causes a difference. It also, and they said that once the car hits bottom, it stays. It settles in more rather than over time drifting. It takes 2 to 10 minutes, depending on the weight of the vehicle and whether the windows are open or closed. Believe it or not, too, from what they said in the interviews I was watching, if windows are open, then the car is going to sink faster. But it takes 2 to 10 minutes, depending on the depth of water, the current, the undertow, all that, for a car to hit bottom. And it depends on how fast the car is traveling, if it's going forwards, backwards, if it's rolling sideways. All of that plays into it. Yeah, up to 30 minutes. Those are older vehicles, from what they were saying, like the older, heavier cars, like your 1982 Buick Park Avenue big body style, or trucks, like a Ford F-150 and something like that. Rhonda, I just addressed that about 5 minutes ago. Sherry, it has not been, like I said earlier, it has not been stated that the airbags did or did not open. And with the car being underwater for 2 weeks, if they did deploy, we might not be able to see that when the car was pulled out. Okay. Matter of fact, just hold on. Let's stop sharing this. And we'll go to their page. Because they did an interview, and it says that everybody's welcome to share it. So let's go look at it. Let me see. There's 2 of them. This is the one. Here we go.
Just a pea-sized amount of Lumi applied.
Alright, let's see. Share screen. And don't forget, if anybody can, hit the Cash App, the PayPal, and that link for Nita's World storefront. Click that link anytime you go to shop at Amazon and help your girl out. Don't have to spend any extra money. It doesn't cost you a thing. You just click it, put the stuff in your cart, and check out as normal. Yeah, Rhonda, unfortunately, I think they will. What's up, Blue Eyes? I saw so much, and I was like, dude, but we're going to show their video, so let's let them tell us. Get it straight from the horse's mouth. And you'll see at the beginning of this video, they actually tell people to share this out with others. So, you know, I'm not stealing their work or anything.
This is going to serve as a press release debrief of our efforts searching for and finding Kylie Rodni. Anything within this video may be used by any news agency or outlet within their own news reporting. This is only an announcement and briefing. Fully edited episodes will be released soon, so please be patient. We have found Kylie Rodni's vehicle and have confirmed that there were remains inside.
An official identification of the remains will be made and announced by authorities once their investigations are complete. Please understand and respect this is a highly active investigation by the FBI and multiple local sheriff's departments, and we are limited to the scope of details we can release.
We began our search for Kylie at Prosser Creek Reservoir on August 21st at 10:40 a.m. We placed 2 sonar boats in the water. By 11:15 a.m., Nick detected an object underwater using cutting-edge Garmin sonar technology. I was able to then confirm that it was, in fact, a vehicle in roughly 14 feet of water and only 55 feet offshore. After marking the vehicle with our magnet, Nick suited up in his dive gear and conducted the dive to formally identify and assess the vehicle, with me running OTS comms topside. Once we confirmed it was indeed Kylie's vehicle, we immediately notified family, law enforcement, and Dad and Grandpa were on scene within minutes. Please refer to our episodes for.
Did y'all hear that? 35 minutes. 35 minutes. That's what it took. 35 minutes. That's what skill is.
For complete search investigation that we conducted, these episodes will be released very soon. Again, this takes time to edit. We will need to put these together in an appropriate way in order to respect law enforcement as well as the family. Those should be out, I would estimate, probably within the next week or so. The Placer County Sheriff's Department, Nevada County Sheriff's Department, the entire Placer County Sheriff's dive team has been incredible to work with. We understand that the resource we provide with our unique skill set is rare, and it is an honor to help agencies and families all across the nation. We will be working together with authorities here to share this knowledge over the next couple of days. It is always our mission to promote and share the techniques we utilize so that our purpose can help as many people as possible.
We'd like to thank all of our supporters. We can't thank all of you enough for your donations and putting us in this position as we continue to grow and help more families. Simply watching our episodes, liking, sharing, subscribing, and following our social media platforms enables us to do what we do. So thank you all for putting us in this position.
Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It helps us help families, and it's free. It's free to subscribe. Additionally, we would like to acknowledge the incredible support from law enforcement agencies across the U.S., including the FBI. We hope to continue our efforts hand in hand with them with the upcoming cases of Jalissa Fuentes,
Sorry, I'm not having to stop it, but I happen to think of something. That's right. 55 feet out off the shore, 14 feet down, and 35 minutes. Hunting, it took 35 minutes nearly for them to get the boats, the sonar, to get it inflated, to get their magnets, their balloons, and the equipment together and on and get on the boat, okay? And then, yeah, I've seen so many times, like, you know, I'm from North Carolina. The 17-year-old boy that they found in the water in North Carolina, I watched that episode today, along with a bunch of interviews. They were on Law and Crime. I watched past interviews and current ones. The way that sheriff and lieutenant talked to them was pretty shitty. Oh, yeah, they do muffin top. It was like a pissing contest, yep. And they wasn't trying to be involved in it. You can't ask anybody to be more humble about what they're doing. Now, mind you, they don't charge no money. $40 to 60 days out on the road, away from their families, and they're not charging it. I watched that family break down. If you've seen the one, I can't remember the name. Hold on a minute. I'll tell you, though, because it's in my watch history, and it's real easy for me to find. If my computer wasn't being slow, you'd think it would not be slow, since I took everything off of it. There ain't nothing saved. It's just open tabs right now. But sorry, y'all. Just the 17-year-old boy in North Carolina was terrible. Terrible. The way they were done and treated. I'm going to tell you that off gate. And I didn't know. Like, I'm talking to my daughter, and I'm like, did you know about them? And blah, blah. She's like, Mom, that was one of the first YouTube channels I ever watched. She said, I've been watching them since way before you had a channel. And I said, well, that's great. You didn't tell me nothing. And she's like, you didn't ask. She's like, you didn't ask. And I was like, well, that's great. And she was like, well, you donated to them. I said, what? She said, you donated to them. She has the keychain, the window breaking keychain, and I didn't know it. I gave her the money to get it, but I didn't know that's where she got it, you know. I didn't have a clue. When it's your kid, they're saying, hey, I want this. It's supposed to help and be safe. You don't say what? Okay, here we go. Let's see, I watched the Antonio Lopez one. The James Amiable. I'm probably murdering that name. Oh, and the one where they were looking for the lady, the 70-year-old woman that's missing. And the one where they accidentally found the guy in the Mazda 626, the Tim dude that had been missing. They wasn't even looking. They were just trying to clean out waterways near the... Oh. See, that's another thing they do. They go and they pull junk cars and trash out of waterways so they're safer to boat and swim and drink and whatever out of. Nicholas Allen from Linwood, North Carolina. 17-year-old little boy. I will share this on the community tab section. If y'all have not watched this one, if you don't watch any Adventures with Purpose video, it's a 50-minute video. Please watch it, because I think it's important for y'all to see the attitudes that these men have to put up with for being helpful. They didn't want to find this little boy. They did not. They felt like he unalived himself. So, and it was known. So there wasn't really no point in searching for him and trying to pull him out. Now that's my personal opinion. But that's how they came across. So I'll share the in the community tab section. While this is playing, I'll go ahead and share this. Y'all go over there and first of all, sub them up. They each have their own individual channels. Sub those up too. That's right. Rodni, amen to that one, sister. They are real men, and they ain't many of them left like that. You got that shit right. Amen. Say it again for the ones in the back. RJ, yeah, let me tell you something. His mama told the sheriff and them about themselves too. She said, I have begged y'all to come and search this. And then he was like, I've got proof we searched it. I'll show you. She said, using sonar and stuff. He was mad because they had searched it. And then they came out, and it took less than 30 minutes for them to find the car and 3 others in that same little area. And they still didn't want to pull the car out. The way they talked to them and treated them was horrible. And I ain't even looked. I want to know where Linwood is, what larger cities it's near here in North Carolina. I want to know how close it is to me. And the mama, the sister, the aunt, the daddy. When he turned 18, he was going to change his last name to the same last name as his father. It was very sad. Just because the young man unalived himself doesn't mean that family doesn't deserve closure and peace. Because you're just too lazy to do your job. Yeah, over having to move a boulder that they had just created the sit area. They told him, they said, we'll move it and we'll put it back. They even had the wrecker. They had everything necessary to pull it. All that Barney Fife and Dukes Hazzard, Boss Hogg had to do was give the okay. Then they brought in their own dive team, and they turned their heads and stuck their noses up in the air at them, like they were better than them. I don't know if they were told to act that way or what. But I'm going to let this video continue to play, and on the community tab section, I will have that. Now, there's a couple times, the one in Arkansas, where they had 8 missing persons. And they found 11 cars in, 3 days? The detectives did ask to not be identified on camera, but maybe they needed anonymity for the kind of detective work they do. But they weren't rude. They were very nice. Oh, Betty Joe, what township, like Fayetteville, Raleigh, Asheville, is it near? In Arkansas, they were nice. They gave them extra tips. They showed them where this is an old road that's closed off and ain't been used for 20 years, but it was used frequently. They told them where a leg had turned up, all kind of stuff. They were doing everything they could to help them. And what is the problem? Does law enforcement not get it? Y'all, in a whole year's time, the whole state, let's say in North Carolina, for instance, across the entire state, there's probably not 10 times in a year that they have to pull a car out of water. How much training can you really have? Okay? Real shit. And how if you don't do it every day, you get rusty. How'd you get kicked out of chat, Cherokee? What the hell? But you'll be rusty. These guys do it every single day. That's what I thought, Betty Joe. So it's probably less than an hour from me, about 45, somewhere around 45 to 50 minutes away from me. I'm going to Google it in a second. But real talk, what you should be doing is saying, hey, you guys have a skill set that we can benefit from. Yes, come and help us. We'll look into helping you get better equipment or paying you to train us. How about that? And they're willing to do it. If you listen to the conversation and what was said, about Placer County and Nevada County, the redheaded guy from Nevada County, the woman was pissed. The lady sheriff that spoke first, she did not want to give them credit. I don't care what nobody says. And we can look at that press conference and y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Shit, me, she was 38 hot. She did not want to give them credit because we've been working for weeks. That's right. Y'all worked for weeks, Hetty Mae. And guess what? In 35 minutes, they showed you what you needed to be doing. Now, sonar is something that's really difficult because it is subjective. And like they said in an interview I watched, there is no national standard. There's not even a state standard at all. Like, if you go and you want to be an x-ray tech, you have to take tests. And there's board certifications or, medical certifications. Hell, if you want to be a CNA, you have to go through standards. You have to meet standards. You have to be able to take a blood pressure and a temperature and a pulse. You have to know when to use gloves and when to not use gloves. And do you pull the curtain or don't you pull the curtain? All that kind of stuff. It does. It's an awesome, Teresa, I agree. That's what I was saying. My daughter has one. I didn't even know that I had supported them, In Davidson County. Oh, wow, Annette. That's right near Wake. So that's going to be near Winston-Salem, I think. I may be wrong, but I had to look at it on a map. Yeah, they are awesome. Awesome. But here's the thing. Why not say, no, the redheaded guy from Nevada County said they're willing to stick around and debrief us and help us where we're weak. They said the same thing. How much better can you get? Why not in my opinion, every police department and sheriff's department that has a body of water are 5 to 20. Go on and get y'all one. Everybody, listen, Linda's. My mama was in a car wreck that flipped over a Toyota Camry. A one-person car wreck, because a couple years back. And it would have been wonderful if she'd have had one of those. She ended up with broken glass embedded in her arms and legs where she had to crawl out her windshield that she kicked out with her feet. And she wrecked in what's called a no man's land. It ended up being state troopers that had to come out and take care of it because she was not in the city and not in the county. Coverage was nowhere. That's what happens with that. But real shit, and guys, I'm looking, what I'll do is the ticker tape running across the bottom, I'm going to get the link to their channel and I'm going to put it in that ticker tape. I think it's their webpage. Ain't it, RJ, the webpage that has the glass breakers on it? I'm going to go get that link so you can go there and purchase that. I don't know if they have any of the shirts and stuff anymore, but support them. Shit me. I think that law enforcement should be asking them to hold classes, training classes. I would, if I have a family member, if anybody out here's ever had a family member end up in the water or not, it's just a chance of it. Wouldn't you love to know that your law enforcement team has had training from these gentlemen? I got my seatbelt cutter too. I mean, think about it. And I know that's one way, that's another way they can finance their stuff. But, you know, oh, okay, got you, RJ. I'm gonna get their merch link, their link for their webpage where they sell the glass breakers. I think that's the only merch they sell. I may be wrong, but I think it was the last time I looked. Yeah, he's gonna give them the Hellcat. If they don't want him, it's gonna give him money. Yeah, we already know that, Betty. I think it's awesome that he's gonna keep his word and do that. Okay, I'm going to let the rest of this video play. I'll post the link to the Adventures with Purpose video for the 8-month-old missing person case of Nicholas Allen out of Linwood, North Carolina. Please, guys, check this out. I want you to see how these gentlemen get treated by the local law enforcement when they're trying to help the families. This family brought them in. And if you're not sub them up. And look, when you go to the Adventures with Purpose, if you look at the channels they're sub to, it has the individuals that are the dive team and sonar operators, camera operators, go and sub their channels up too. Because the ad revenue that they get from YouTube and everything else helps them. Shit, just put their thing on and push play all and walk away. Help them out, support them, just like y'all do me. Because these people damn well deserve it. If nobody else on this earth don't deserve your time, they've earned it. Real shit.
In Selma, California, and also Annette Adams in San Obispo, California, coming up later this week. At this time, I'd like to thank our entire team for making this happen. It's not just me, it's not just Nick. There's an entire team of us that are out here. We collectively go through these cases, these investigations, and it takes a team to do so. So I'd like to bring you guys on camera at the moment and thank the entire team that made this entire trip possible. Carson, Cade, Kevin, Josh Cantu, Devin. This is our entire team. Like I said, it's not me, it's not Nick. You know, it takes an entire village, including you guys, that put us in this position to do this. And it's an honor, because without your support, we would not be able to do what we do. So thank you guys. Thank you guys as a team. We appreciate all your hard work on the road. It's not easy. You know, we travel across the entire nation, day after day, state after state, city after city, helping family after family and agency after agency. And it's a lot of hard work when we're out here and we're trying to do something that hasn't been done before. And thankfully, we're in the position to do so because of you guys and all of you at home.
Thanks, guys.
We will be taking the next 2 days to properly debrief, decompress, and prepare for our next case, which is 22-year-old Jalissa Fuentes in Selma, California.
Please keep the Rodney family in your thoughts and prayers as we are. Hug your loved ones a little tighter and take the time to take time, as we never know when it will be our last opportunity to do so. I hope, as tragic as this outcome turned out to be, that this will carry on so that we are able to help the next family like we did here. Thank you.
At this point, we mentioned earlier, you guys are free to use anything that we've shown in this video in your own news reporting. We'd also like you guys to take consideration that we are fielding a lot of requests for interviews. We will process them as we do get to them. Again, we thank all of you for putting us in this position. It wouldn't be possible without you. I know we say that enough, but at the end of the day, we're just normal guys.
Eddie, as one of my long-standing mods, I think you would know that we already watched those videos and discussed them at length. They have been debunked. They were from Michigan. The dates were correct, but it was the wrong party.
put in the position by you. Without your support, none of this would be possible. So thank you. I think maybe we have a few questions that are coming in right now. If we can field those from Jared, who's on there, we can add a few bit more of information on this before we end it. Give me a second, guys. Please be patient.
Mental health, emotionally trying.
I'm always focusing on our team and our mental state, our emotional state. This is Nick's first soft case that he's been a part of. Devin, as well as Kevin, and we focus on the positive. As tragic as this is, I always drill home to these guys to focus on what we're doing. We're providing answers for families. We're helping law enforcement close cases. That's a positive thing. We can't allow ourselves as professionals as we become to get caught up in some of the other things that aren't going to benefit us to get caught up in. So we're focusing maintaining our mental focus on the positive aspects of what it is that we do, which is providing answers. Yeah. Again, please, I'd like to encourage each and every one of you, if you have not done so already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's free. Any more questions? Again, this is servicing as a press release debrief. This is not a fully edited episode. Again, we could not release a lot of the details right away due to the climate surrounding this case. It is an ongoing, active investigation.
It was during this live stream, Betty, that we did that discussion. I haven't been on here for a couple days either. Matter of fact, I'm still taking the steroids for my back, and they're making me want to eat everything in the house. Not even chew, just swallow. I swear to y'all. I have never been so hungry in my whole life. It does, Sherry. That's another reason to watch the video. By the way, I've already put a link to that video on the community tab section. I'm also checking to get their webpage link and put it down below. But you'll see how affected they are and how deeply affected they are. This video I watched, like I said, I watched almost 8 hours worth of their videos. And then I watched 3.5 hours worth of interviews. And one, humble, down to earth, all around just nice, good people. I can't say that enough about them. And you'll see the dynamics, the way, so much different stuff. How they were ready to take up for the family when they felt the family was being attacked. How they get emotionally tied in. How emotional and heartfelt it is. I understand, Betty Joe, but as a mod, can you be more supportive and less argumentative? Okay. What they go through with the local law enforcement, how emotional it is, how hard it is when they're down there diving and they find a car with somebody in it. And then they have to go and tell that family member that's on site. And it's from their point of view, that's why I like this video. It's not too long. Some of theirs can get quite lengthy. This one was not too long. It was under an hour, and it showed all aspects of their job very well. I thought it was really important. Yeah, just roll it. I mean, I know what I saw just being with my dad several times as a first responder. I'm going to let the rest of this video play.
By the FBI, Placer County Sheriff's Department, and Nevada County Sheriff's Department. Please respect that they have to do their job. They have a lot of work to do, and the official identification of Kylie will come in the next few days, I'm sure. That will be made from the medical examiner. Please keep the Kylie family, Kylie Rodni's family, in your hearts, in your prayers. This is a healing time for them. Please respect that. Send them all the good vibes that you can. They need this in this moment.
Okay, as we're transitioning into Summer's case to speak about it now, absolutely, absolutely. Exactly, Muffin Top. They had to do all that before they even get in the water. And it took 35 minutes to find her. 35 minutes. Think about it. They work hand in hand with another team. Oh my goodness, Ron, if you had to ask me, all it starts with the C. It's another dive team that works with them, but they're part of the Adventures with Purpose umbrella, I guess you'd say. And I do know that they have a unique skill set that I know of no other company out there that can do what they do as well as they do it. Somebody might try, but they are not going to succeed. And so far, they're not succeeding. I just think, it's a man and the woman. It starts at the C. They work with them often, doing the stuff. I forget their name, RJ. They have their own website too. I can't think of them. I know I've seen it. They might be from Minnesota. I didn't even pay attention where they was from either. Yeah, they with the sonar equipment. Yes, I think they're the only people though that use the 3 at the same time. I think that other couple just uses the 2. No, it's something else. Hold on a minute, RJ, and I'll look. Because they usually have them tagged. Okay, hold on. I found the link for their stuff. Let me get that and share it. I'm trying to copy. Okay, actually. Oh, I'm not trying to. Oh, sorry, y'all. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Copy. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm looking. Let me click this. And I think it's under channels. Let me see. I can't remember if they were on Josh's page or Doug's page. Let's check Josh's right quick. Chaos Divers. CHAOS Divers. That's another dive team that they work with a lot. Okay. Y'all bear with me. I'm trying to edit real quick to give y'all the website and the link to, well, we're going to talk about them, Betty Jo. That's what I announced, is that we're going to talk about Summer's case today, and we're focusing on corruption in Hawkins County. So buckle up. Rhonda, Chaos Divers work hand in hand with AWP. Yeah. 2 years ago and 1 year ago, they were always with them on dives. So, yes. The answer is yes. But they're trained by the members of AWP for years on how to use the equipment the way they use it. It explained all that in the videos that are on their channel and interviews that are on their YouTube channel. It's on their YouTube channel. Y'all bear with me for 1 moment. I'm a slow typer. Alright, and paste. Okay. Yay! It should be showing up on the screen. Right. Absolutely, Goldman. That's what I said. For a year ago and 2 years ago, they were with them on almost every mission, training under them, learning how to do and use the specialized skill set that they have the way they do it. I watched nearly 8 hours of videos today, and they explained that in a video that was about 2 years old that they had done. I also have linked the one from Linwood, North Carolina, the 17-year-old little boy, Nick, that they found is linked on the community tab section to go watch, because it really shows, one, the gamut of emotions they go through, two, the BS that they have to put up with from local law enforcement and authorities, because they did something they couldn't or didn't want to do. And it also shows how to get in touch with them, that just anybody can actually reach out and contact them and get them to help with their family. Of course, the more well-known they get and the more cases they have to work, the longer it's going to take. Absolutely. My daughter told me, Gold Mare, that we've been following and supporting them since way before I ever had a channel. I didn't know this. And I said, really? And she said, yeah. She said, remember that glass breaker you bought me? And I said, yeah. And she said, I got it from them. She said, so you've donated and didn't know it. And I said, well, great. I knew I donated to the March of Dimes and several other charities, but I didn't know I had donated to them, but I have. So there we are. I haven't donated to them recently because I do good to donate to getting my own toilet paper. Okay. So now that we're segueing into Summer's case, I'm going to play the video that I made and was criticized for making. Instead of saying some good points, telling me what I did wrong, everything, I was criticized for making. I was made fun of and laughed at for making this video. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? This is a little different for me. So I'm watching what's playing out in YouTube land right now. Specifically the Summer Wells case. That's all I'm going to talk about right here, right now. I was being quiet. I was trying to work behind the scenes and do some things. I think Johnny from Johnny B Live is just getting a taste of what all of us have been through for a year now, that have been tenacious and not letting go of this case. I'm hoping a little different for me. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? This is a little different for me. So I'm watching what's playing out in YouTube land right now. Specifically the Summer Wells case. That's all I'm going to talk about right here, right now. I was being quiet. I was trying to work behind the scenes and do some things. I think Johnny from Johnny B Live is just getting a taste of what all of us have been through for a year now, that have been tenacious and not letting go of this case. I'm hoping that all of you out there actually watch this video. My video uploads get about a third of what the actual live streams do, and it really should be the opposite way around, because it's easier to get clear, concise information out in a video that you record and upload and pre-plan than a live stream where you're responding to folks. What I want to say in this is I'm appealing to WJHL. I'm appealing to Hawkins County Sheriff's Department and Ronnie Lawson. I'm appealing to the good citizens of Hawkins and Sullivan counties. Please come forward. Please stop. Stop being afraid. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is, no matter what y'all think, Smiley sent y'all that letter. On the outside of that envelope, if you couldn't see her name, if you couldn't make out her signature on the inside, somebody was able to ascertain the address, because it was, you mailed a letter back and it ended up in her mailbox outside her residence. So, ain't y'all the sheriff's department? Wouldn't it have been real simple for y'all to have known the name to attach to it? How did you make yourself look by sending that letter that way to her? What did you do to your public perception? It already wasn't great. You tanked it. And Ronnie, not even saying it was you, bruh. We know there's going to be people that's hands touch it before it ever gets to you. You might not have ever even seen it. But you need to do something about it. Personally, in my personal humble opinion, and that of many others that have reached out and contacted me, some from right there in your area, your constituents, your voters, the people that choose and elect or don't elect you, those people are reaching out to me and telling me they're tired of being afraid to talk, for one. And for two, they don't like the way they're being made to look. Now, see, I get it, Ronnie. I come from a small town on the other side of the mountain that we trace our roots back 200-300 years as well. Family lineages, land that's been handed down. You know, we got a church up on top of the mountain near where I grew up, that we got graves from as early as the late 1500s from my ancestors, my people, my family. And that land that church sits on is really important to the family, and so is that church. Land developers come and go. That's still there, untouched. You know, I get it. I get it, because we took pride in the 70s, the 80s, even 72, 82, 92. We took pride, maybe even as close as 2002, in the fact that we didn't have to have outsiders come in. You know, we didn't have to have the FBI, the SBI, because that's what we call it here in North Cackalack, is the SBI, Special Bureau of Investigation. We didn't need them to come in. We policed our own. We handled it ourselves. The county I was born and raised in, Ronnie, and the rest of the people in the sheriff's department, in the 80s and the 90s, under the same sheriff that we had for nearly 40 some years, he had a 12-year span here and there that he wasn't our sheriff because he had some medical issues. In that time, our SWAT team, our task force, they received accolades all over the U.S. You know, not just the top in our state, dude, but all over the U.S. And we still had problems in our back door that we didn't want to talk about and deal with. In the back door, you see. It's where it all got swept to. But now, it's a different time. It's a different world. It's a different atmosphere. We can't be afraid to accept the help of the FBI. We can't be afraid to accept the help of places like EquiSearch and Adventures with Purpose. We can't be afraid to accept that and to think that everybody from the outside is trying to change our world and make us live a New York City lifestyle. We can't do that anymore because the perpetrators aren't doing that anymore. The people committing the crimes aren't doing that anymore. And we have this thing, this scourge that's taking over our nation, and it's changed the game. And we got to change with it. We have to grow and evolve with it. We can still keep our picket fence and our 2 acres of land dream, you know, or 12 acres of land, whatever you want your dream is, with our little picket fence and our little yellow house and our 2.5 kids and the dog and the tire swing. We can still live that slow, small town lifestyle dream if we're willing to grow and change with it. Because guess what? That math and that H and that fent, it's not going away, bruh. It's growing. And it's taking away our youth. It's taking our future away. It's killing our future. We don't need the big C word that came around in 2019 and 2020 to do population control. The population's controlling itself by what they're putting in their noses, in their mouths, and in their arms. The problem is we're experiencing the real zombie apocalypse right now. And if we don't get a handle on it, if we don't, in small town America, recognize it, and be willing to say some things are beyond us, that we need help from others. It is not a weakness to say that you can't do it. Your people that elect you, that vote for you, that have faith in you, will not consider it a weakness to say to the FBI, take this case over. You have forensic labs. You have special trained individuals that can find stuff that we can't. And then to tell your people to cooperate and talk. I'm not trying to sensationalize or be famous with this. None of that. I'm not even trying to make you feel bad or look bad. I'm telling you I understand. You see, here, you probably have 5 at least minimum deputies that's related to any person of interest in any case. The problem is that all of y'all are interrelated. as it appears if you go back 3 generations. You might not be related to the parents of Summer, but you are related to the dad's mom's husband. By marriage, you're related to Don. According to your family's family tree, that's public. That I had a whole. Here's the deal. It looks like little bitty stuff when they're saying y'all look related, and when there's a possibility the kids are coming back, and then there's no charges being brought against anybody but a DUI that you didn't. I mean, I ain't stupid. You got minimal force out there, and you got somebody sitting there waiting on them to come off that hill. Y'all were watching and waiting for the opportunity. I get it. And hoping they're going to talk. But you got hardened criminals. They're not going to talk. Accept it. There's enough been said and shown and done that some kind of charges should have been made. People done left the state, done come back and left again. And I'm talking about Grandma. You got Candace, who's wherever she is, and Don that's in jail. The family's all torn apart. And they're still not talking. I understand. And I get on a level that others don't, that somewhat of the family court case may be bleeding over and stalling this investigation. But when you have accusations made that you're related, when you're having budgetary issues, when you are lamenting on every news article we can find, and even the Hawkins County Commission YouTube channel, on how you're losing deputies like a cut oozing blood with no sutures, and how severely understaffed you are, and the case ain't went nowhere, and then a person sends a letter. It would have, just don't answer it, would have been the response. Or if you put something in an envelope, why not put something in that makes you seem super professional and address it back? We appreciate your concern, but we cannot discuss ongoing criminal investigation with citizens that are not in law enforcement. Again, thank you for your concern. That would have been great. But no, you want to take the childish smartass route that just piles it on. And right now, personally, speaking to you, one country girl to a dude, a country dude that's grown up in the same type area. You come to where I live, Ronnie, you're going to see that it looks just like Hawkins County, and the next town over to close to us, it's the bigger city, looks like Kingsport. I fully get it. I got to drive 20 minutes to get to a Walmart. We don't have public transportation. We got a whole lot of grass, trees, and hills. And I understand. See, I fully feel that probably y'all think, there's a possibility Summer could have walked off and then somebody snatched her, or something happened and y'all just can't find her because of the foliage. I get all that. But then we got the text messages that have come out that were public. It wasn't private DMs. They were public messages back and forth between the mother and a minor boy. And he's not the only minor boy that there's odd pictures and stories coming out from your people. Either they're not talking to you and they're talking to us, or what. I don't know. And I don't know the answer. Except what I can tell you is I don't think a lot of your constituents would be upset and feel like you dropped the ball and you're not doing your job if you sent an open invitation to the FBI or Homeland Security or DEA to come in and make a joint task force to help you, to give you things that you don't have, because you're like we are here. You're poor country. You know, when the textiles and the furniture factories left for overseas, it pretty much left this area destitute. I mean, you either worked at Walmart or Burger King or McDonald's, or you pretty much didn't have a job for a 12-year span around here. We were going to be a dust bowl. Thank God that we are now a state-driven economy, but that in itself produces another issue. What I'm saying to you and I'm appealing to you to do is step outside your box. Put your pride to the left. And don't feel like you're letting yourself or anybody else down. Because the only way you're letting anybody down right now is if you keep clutching at this case like a mom clutching her pearls. Because it's making it look like you have something to hide. It's making it look like you have a conflict of interest. It's making it look like there's a lack of education and training on your force. It's making your citizens feel like they're not safe. And I know you don't want that. So I'm telling you what has been told to me by them, which is they wouldn't be the least bit mad and upset. It would actually restore their thoughts and faith in you and your department if you were to take that step and ask federal agencies to come in and help. Even if you got to do it publicly. You don't have the laboratories, the forensic staff. You don't have the staff right now. You yourself said your jail is close to capacity, over 200, I think it was over 250 something people. I want to say 257. And that overnight, there's 2 officers to control that population. That's crazy numbers, bruh. You know that as well as I do. That's got to be scary for them as well as you. Because I know y'all become a family. And I understand that. I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong. I'm not making any accusations. I'm just telling you the appearance, the picture that you guys are painting. And that letter and that response was kind of the final straw with that appearance. It really makes you look bad. Please, I'm begging you, with numbers of people with their hands raised in prayer and begging you behind me, please, 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 Ronnie, ask the FBI, ask Homeland Security, ask DEA, ask whatever agency to come and make a combined task force to help you guys investigate this or to take it off your hands. End the speculation. End the rumor. Stop the innuendo. Restore your community's faith in you and your department. It's just another way that you can help your beleaguered staff. It's another way that you can restore the faith of your community in you and your department. To where it won't be, oh God, this is going on, I gotta call the sheriff. Let me call my sheriff. I know he's got me. Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't you rather that? I do have some other things in the works, but I'm going to wait I'm going to wait 24 hours and see if I get a response. I'm not being a smartass. I'm not being rude or disrespectful or difficult. I'm telling you, I have lived it and I understand. And I'm begging you on behalf of your constituents to please, Rodni, please, please take those necessary steps. Restore their faith in you. Restore their peace of mind and their security. And help find summer justice. Sorry about that, guys, but I got it fixed. Okay. First thing I want to say real quick. Horse shit. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Give me a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Damn it. Okay, so let me explain a few things. So I was like you in the chat. I've seen a bunch of people in the chat asking, why doesn't the FBI come in? You know, I was just like y'all. I wanted to know the same exact thing. Why does the FBI not come in? Can they not see the corruption? Can they not see that it looks like Ronnie and his team are sitting there on their ass, plucking their nose, twiddling their thumbs, braiding their non-existent hair? And that creators that tell the truth and put the truth out there are getting threatened, or get a letter in the mail calling them a chicken that won't put their name on the letter, or their car alarm starts going off and it gets broken into at Lynn Garden, and then they get home and the car alarm goes off, or they find a device in their yard that's called a Molotov cocktail, and that their neighbor done got hit by one when Summer's last vigil was there. By the way, I was advised for my safety and benefit to not attend the 1 year vigil. I mean, there's a lot. And I'm like Smiley. I'm not, the more shit that you come at me with, the more determined I am to stop you. Not me, you. You are an elected official. You work for the people. Why are the people afraid of you? That's my question, Ronnie. Why is the people afraid of you? You tell me, bruh. And I said, bruh, because you act like a thug, I'm going to talk to you like a thug. Lorton girl and her husband, while they want to criticize everything somebody did, they were laughing in the comments because they were betting each other that I was going to call her sis or sister. Well, I called you sis as a smart ass comment. Then I deleted your shit. I was hoping to appeal to some professionalism or heart there might be there somewhere, because I contacted the FBI, I contacted Homeland Security, I contacted the DEA, I contacted the U.S. Marshals, and what I was told is if they're given enough information to warrant looking into corruption, misappropriation of funds and such, they can come in and do that investigation. What they can't do is come in and take the investigation over for Summer or anybody else. In Tennessee, that sheriff is like kind of pretty much all powerful. I showed you guys that before. I told y'all how that worked. Like the Attorney General, the state's Attorney General is right, Golden Bear. There, I'm going to show you how little problem there is. I got it lined up. The state's Attorney General is the person that can come in and take something away from Ronnie. And what they can take away is his position. They can take away his position. They can take away his ability to be sheriff. Right, Sherry? No kids go missing. We don't just have kids just disappear in Beach Creek and Hawkins County. That don't just happen. Well, it does. It did, and it does. Summer's not the first, but he don't want to tell y'all that. And she wasn't the last. So they've just been found. But here's the reality. The FBI, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals, and Homeland Security all gave me the same answer. They cannot step in and take the case away from him, even though I can prove conflict of interest due to blood relations and due to blood and friendship ties with persons of interest in the case. Remember, nobody's been cleared. Nothing is off the table. Everybody's still a suspect. Remember that. Remember that Ronnie may not be related to Don by blood, but he is by marriage. As well as he's related to the Hills and the Bernards and the Browns. He's Facebook friends with Jody Sue's mama. He went to school with her. Now, let's be Captain Obvious for a second. In a small town that size, the odds are you're going to know people. You're probably going to be related to a few. That's when you take the control away from you and let somebody else have it. What is it, Ronnie? Are you afraid of what another agency will find? Or do you feel that the people under you are that inept and incompetent? Nope. Even if it was his full-blood brother, they would not come in and take the case from him. No, ma'ams. The reason, okay, remember, I told y'all to remember something when we were talking about Kylie's case early on. And we were talking about the FBI and Placer County. Placer County got up and said they invited the FBI in immediately. Invited. If they don't invite them in, they can't come in. TBI is different because that is the State Bureau of Investigation. Okay? I'm telling y'all facts. It sucks ass. I was on the phone with Homeland Security in fucking tears. Angry tears. Snot and saliva flying. The reason after my live stream went down that I didn't come back up right away is because I made this video and I put it out. And I had one of my mods, if she wants to remain nameless, I will allow her to do so, email me the email addresses and contact information for each of those agencies. Oh, I'm getting there, Katie. And every one of them told me the same thing. They have to be asked to come in. They have to be invited. TBI is different. That's the State Bureau of Investigation. They are working in tandem, side by side. But Ronnie is still in control. And as I understand, there's either 7 or 8, I want to say 7 or 8 TBI officers for like the Hawkins and Sullivan County areas. And guess where they live, y'all? Anybody want to guess? They don't live in Knoxville and drive to Hawkins County to work. Let's put it that way. There is no commute. And therein lies the problem. Bingo. Hawkins, Sullivan, Greene, Washington. There's your counties. And that's the problem. Because you still got everybody fucking related to everybody. If they came from the outside and moved, it's because they married somebody. Now, I've explained that part. Now you want me to show you why the fuck they're broke? You would think this would be enough for the good folks to vote them out. Who they gonna vote for, Sherry? Nobody else runs. They're all scared to run against him. That's a big part of the problem. Thank you, Miss Smiley. Thank you, Annette. Thank you, Miss Smiley. I appreciate that. I was all into writing these nice, wonderful emails, providing documentation, video evidence, plus court documents, and their own wiki tree. I think that's what it's called. It's like, Ancestry.com, but it's the WikiTree version. All that as evidence as to why there was a conflict of interest in this case, as to why that Rodni should be made to step down. Yes, exact golden mare. Thank you. I'm highlighting it. If the FBI comes, if they're invited in, they bring all their resources, labor, equipment, digital abilities, manpower. See, that was one of the things. I had a list of stuff. It was a conflict of interest due to blood and marriage ties. It was lack of resources, lack of labor, and just manpower. You know, how many times, and I had the links to the videos, 3 different ones, where Rodni was up in front of the county commission speaking about how little manpower they have. How from at nighttime, their jail holds, and I said 257, I believe it's 273 or 274 is their capacity, and they're at about 250 something. And they only have 2 jailers overnight. See, I was compiling a list of irrefutable reasons to remove them as over this case and not put TBI over it, because they've been running a concurrent investigation and they've not stopped this. Logic. I was going with logic and facts. Videos of him speaking to the county commission. Payroll type documents to support what I was saying about the numbers. Court documents showing marriage licenses. They're, like I said, their own WikiTree showing it. But the bottom line, and John QQ, you might can attest to this, is that the FBI, DEA, Homeland Security, even U.S. Marshals cannot come in and take over Summer's case without an invitation. And that sucks. But that's how it works. Now, and Rodni, if you're listening, perk your ears up. What Homeland Security did say was, if enough information in a factual basis substantiated by factual provable materials could be established that there was corruption occurring, they could investigate that, but it still would not remove them from the case. I don't understand that. Like, literally, do you know how you get Rodni removed from the case? He needs to lose the election. Or, and I need to verify this part, I believe it's the Attorney General for that state. And if it's what I'm just going to tell y'all, I'm waiting on one phone call, and if that's what it takes, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get a letter writing campaign going, and we're going to get a, oh God, I forgot what it's called, a petition. And we're going to submit it to the State Attorney General's office. The problem with that is, you guys, I need enough residents of Tennessee to sign the petition. And people might not understand that. I did a video open letter to Rodni. I found the email address. Miss Smiley has the snail mail address. And those of you that have been here for a while know that if we all speak out together, we can affect a change, even if it's the most minute. I was going to suggest that we email and snail mail Ronnie in bulk and nicely, legitimately, legally, and if you need help, I'll give you one to go by. State factual reasons why you believe that the FBI, DEA, Homeland Security, whoever, needs to be asked to step in and assist or take over Summer's case. You can't say because you're a bald-headed Kojak looking asshole that I think is dirty. Will explore with me, send me an email, and I got you. And I'll post the email address. Y'all give me a second. I've been on it. I had somebody looking for it and they couldn't find it. I found it earlier and I hope I ain't lost it. I had the page left open. But anybody that wants assistance, anybody that wants documentation and information, yeah, I know, Gold Mare. Don't worry. I got that case too. See, we're too far into the case for them to just come and take it away. Now, if the IRS returns that 2019 budget and connects a misappropriation of state and federal funds, that's a whole different ballgame, you guys. Like Mama used to say, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Remember that. Sometimes, y'all, the wheels of justice turn slowly. But if we believe in them and work within the system, maybe we can affect a change. Not just in Summer's case, but in cases after Summer. What a testament and testimony that would be to Summer and her name, you guys. They can assist if they are invited. Only if they're invited. But what a testament to Summer's name that would be, you guys, to affect change. For the better, for the future. Not just in her case, but in any cases occurring thereafter. Okay, I'm looking. And I have several court cases I want to talk about and show you guys. Some you've heard of, and some you haven't. But, well, there's 3 that I have that were lawsuits against the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. Ronnie Lawson himself is named in those. Let's see. Hold on just a second. Ronnie Lawson. Email. Okay. Right. Sassy Brenda, that's the great thing about sending an email. If we email them, we have copies. We have proof of the time it was sent, the date it was sent, what was sent in it, who it was sent to, and that it was received. Just saying. Let's see. Here we go. Open up a Rogersville Review article. What? Come on. Here, I'll share my screen. Absolutely, you can do certified mail. But if you do certified mail, make sure you make a copy of the outside of the envelope, a copy of each page of the letter. And you have to have. That's exactly when evil entered. That's my whole point. They can't ignore it if enough people stick together. Personally, if you're going to write them, email is the better choice because it does provide you the most amount of proof. If you send a letter of certified mail, make sure that sticker's on it with the certified mail before you take that picture. And honestly, your picture of that letter in a court of law isn't worth shit. The email is better when it comes to that and proving that it was sent. Bombard their asses. You know, like we did when they wouldn't give us updates and we called and blew up TBI and Hawkins County Sheriff's Department's phone lines. They made statements, didn't they? Both of them came out and made a statement. Thank you when evil entered. Yeah, they obviously got time, and so the fuck do we. Here is the information on contact. Should be showing up on your screen any moment. There is a little bit of a delay at this time. I've been for 3 days going through and getting information, contacting these agencies and waiting on them to contact me back. To try to figure out how and what is the best way for us to get action. For Summer to get justice. Sorry, y'all, there's quite a bit of delay. Even if you live out of state, email. I feel you. Explore with me at least how about every 3 months? Can we get that maybe? Not Betty Jo. Can we get a feeling that he's invested in Summer's case and gives a shit? Wow. Really Smiley. Do you want... I can let you call on the phone if you can't come up with the link. Do you want to tell everybody, or can you tell everybody what your local sheriffs / police officers are saying about the Molotov cocktail in your yard and your neighbors and stuff? If you're not able to because it's an open investigation, we do understand that. That's why I'm asking if you're able, allowed type thing. Oh, I hope y'all didn't hear me blow my nose. I thought I muted it because it was bad. Smiley, if you're comfortable, I can drop a link in the chat and you can come up on panel. Or I can call you on the phone and let you talk that way. you know, I'll state it again publicly, you know that outside of YouTube, I consider you a friend and a awesome person. She's an awesome person. She's an awesome friend. And she's as real as they get. Her heart's as big as the state of damn Texas. And it just pisses me off that people are trying to scare her. I agree, Scuba. And we're going to put the back against the wall. Oh, Golden Mare. God, wouldn't that be something? Oh, we can do that, John. We can do that. I just wanted her to tell us about what she found in her backyard, what happened to her neighbors on the day of Summer's Vigil, and what the local authorities have told her. I mean, I kind of know, but I know he don't go. Mary can't keep an idea. I will not be doing any fundraising activities with my channel based on what's going on in YouTube right now. I can't do that. I will motivate everybody together to do a letter writing and email campaign, but I'm not comfortable doing that, especially with the pending court case. I believe if we take up monies and we do that route, we open ourselves up to give Ronnie Lawson that little bit of edge to say that we're doing something dirty and grimy and give him the wiggle room to get the hell out of doing what's right. I don't want to give him that one little even hair to say there's anything wrong. I don't want to give him that opportunity, not even a micromillimeter of one, to wiggle his little stanky ass out. Straight to the company only. Absolutely, Golden Mare. That sounds like a plan. Agreed, Sassy. And there's some things I know, but I can't speak yet. I'm waiting on one phone call and a little bit of proof on that one. But I want to know why Andy Bernard lied in his live stream. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. You don't live with somebody for 26 damn years and not be kind of the apple don't fall far from the tree type thing. You can't tell me that. Anybody out there, give me a 1 in the chat if you've been married for 15 or more years. Let's start there. If you've been married for 15 or more years, give me a 1 in the chat because I want to ask you a question. Here we go. On the screen, y'all should be seeing the contact information for Ronnie Lawson on the screen. And I'm also going to post it along with any other. We can write all the judges. We can write everybody. I'll get you the state attorney general and Ronnie Lawson, everything. I'll post it on the Instagram, on the Twitter, on the Facebook, and on the community tab section. How about that? Oh, y'all can't fucking hear me. Come on, really? Oh, y'all could hear me. I'm over here punching stuff. Okay. I got that. Oh, sorry. Can y'all see it on the screen? There's Ronnie Lawson. I'm going to be copying and pasting that while we talking. What I'm going to do, let's see what else we got. I'm going to get you the state attorney generals and everybody else, just like I was saying. Let me find. No, let's see. That's all that. I wanted to find something to play real quick so that I can call Smiley and get the call queued up. Okay, so the question I had for those of you that have been married for 10, 15, or more years, could your husband or wife be out here selling dope to kids and you not know about it? Or you go along with it? Could your spouse be walking around looking like Jody Sue, nodding off mid-sentence and drool coming out, and you not know what medicines that she's on? Because he said he don't know what medicine she'd be taking. Exactly. The only way that kind of shit's going to be going on, and you're going to be still sitting right there, hanging on, hanging in, hanging out, and hanging on, is if you condone it. If you're the same. And then he lied to me, furthermore, and said that not failure to register your medicine was about pot plants in 2009. Well, he needs to talk to the Tennessee General Assembly and talk to the judicial branch as well. Because according to them, that law that was passed at that time only covered meth. Thank you, when evil entered. And all I'm saying is you're not going to be with somebody for 25 or more years and they're just a horrible person and you're just Saint Mary of, that's my only point. You're not going to be an angel and married to a demon for 20-some years. It don't work like that. Life ain't like that. I mean, it don't take a rocket scientist to know that. It's a funny thing to me, too. Those of you that are out here in my chat, why Andy get all nervous and upset? I'm going to wait and see if anybody can give me an answer. Give me a 7 in the chat if you know of a reason why Andy got so upset when he was asked about working as a pizza delivery person at the pizza joint in the past. Ding, 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 ding! Golden Mare won the door prize. It wasn't strange. Okay. Smiley, I'm about to call you and I'll mute. But let me tell this little story real quick. I need about 6 minutes. Lord, that's a Jeremiah thing, y'all. As a commercial comes on and the first thing the mama says is give me 6 minutes. Now when you ask that little turkey feather to do something, he tell you give me 6 minutes. Drive you crazy. So, right up the road from where I live, we live in Podunk, okay? We have to drive to about where Walmart is, which is about 18 to 22 minutes to get to any eating joint. I think the first one you come to is a McDonald's. Ugh. But anyway, just bear with me, y'all. So we got a store at the top of the hill, and it had two businesses in one little brick building, literally about 6/10 of a mile from my house, give or take, and was owned and operated by a father and son. And miraculously, both of them just came home about 4 years ago from doing Fed time. Okay? I wish, Cassie. Yeah, they don't do that way here. We got to DoorDash. That's the only delivery we got. The pizza places, most of the restaurants that have delivery won't deliver this far out, by the way. Yeah, they are, Katie, but just y'all pay, just bear with me for just a minute. Let me tell you the story, because it's a true story. So they had a convenience store, and it wasn't just a pizza joint. It was a little hole-in-the-wall restaurant that sold like pizza, French fries, hot dogs, hamburgers, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, they can no longer run any business inside a building. The father and son that lived up the street from me, I graduated with the son. He had a Porsche on the outside and a Chevrolet on the inside of his car. If you're not car people, you won't understand probably. But don't matter if they were married for what I'm talking about. I'm just telling y'all a story of something. Just listen. So they had a pizza. They sold that Hunt Brothers pizza, if y'all know what that is. If you ordered like the Triple Supreme, I think it was a specific pizza, you got something. You buying a large pizza that cost you about $80 because they was delivering crack cocaine in the pizza. You got your pizza too. You bought a pizza and paid for it, and delivery. But when they called and ordered a specific type of pizza, small, medium, large, and extra large took on a whole different connotation. They got busted. Because if you called and you said the right thing, you got that. Even if that wasn't what you was meaning, even if, God forbid, Katie bar the door, that you really wanted that pizza. The one with the anchovies and everything on it. Because, boy, did you get it. They ended up getting busted and going to prison. Both of them. I think they ended up serving a little over 9 years. And when they got out, the son got out first. And about 6 months later, the daddy came home. And guess what, y'all? They owned that store that had the two businesses separated and working. And right, anchovies are nasty. I don't like them either. So anyway, they get out. The son comes home first, and somehow he gets his real estate license and whatnot. Long story short, they run the people out of the convenience store that was running it. And they give them like 2 weeks when the daddy gets home to get the store completely emptied out and everything moved. Because they're going to start running it now that they're back. Well, the people, they didn't get their shit moved out and into the building for a complete 3 weeks before, guess what? The convenience store and the little restaurant that's in the building together, it caught on fire. Yeah, it caught on fire. That was the 11th fire that they had insurance on and collected monies from. Between that business and their convenience store on the other side of town, their camper, cars, and house. 11 fires within 9.5 years. 11. So they're now, they couldn't take the property from them. But them or nobody in their immediate families are allowed to own or operate a business in this county on those properties or any others. The son went and got real estate license. He seems to be doing well. I tell you that for a reason. Now I'm going to tell you another little story about Hawkins County and what I have kind of been told. And I'm going to do an interview with some folks and learn more. If we can get it together, their time and my time wise. Hopefully we can do this later today. And I don't believe they're in the chat or nothing, but let me tell you a little story. And stay with me because I'm not going to be able to use names. So we got 3 men I'm going to talk about. Okay? 2 of them are cousins. And at one time they were close. They also, at one time until recently, lived really close together. They had a friend since they were little. That friend has a last name that rhymes with Fazio. Mr. Fazio was part owner, as I understand, of a pizzeria. I believe it might have been in Sullivan County or on the border, the way it goes back and forth. But it was right there in the Hawkins, Sullivan County areas. Okay? Heard it was a good pizza joint. Very popular. A lot of orders coming in and out. And these 2 cousins, they work there too. Now we're talking about Hawkins County. So just listen and learn just as best you can. I can't be real specific right yet. So anyway, was a popular pizza joint with a lot of business. Whole lot of deliveries. Like them 2 cousins, working for the pizza joint, they pretty much brought everything in to Beach Creek area. Through the pizza joint, they brought all the stuff in to Beach Creek. If you follow me. And they, probably one of them 2 cousins, when little Summer went missing, was hesitant to allow law enforcement to search their property. Because they were probably already on probation, and the other cousin probably had warrants. And they was a little mad at each other because when law enforcement came to search that whole big hillside with the collard greens growing on it had to go poof. And that whole, before the harvest occurred. So there was no crop of greens from those people for that year of 2021 when summer went missing. Yeah, yes, buddy. I bet everybody was happy and giddy and giggly in that area for a while. What was they selling out? Oh, you stupid. She said they're selling out the drive-thru. Y'all killing me. Uh-huh. Yes, Melissa. Yes. Cousin Bud had to go home because his roots was all jerked up and messed up. Because law enforcement wanted to search for a missing little girl. And there were stories told far and wide about the eldest son sneaking through the trees and peeking through the windows at night. But people might have been a little mistaken in jumping to conclusions. Because maybe he wasn't peeking through windows and trying to be a creepy creeperton. Maybe he was watering the plants at night. And during the day. I mean, if you had the ability to put your entire crop of collard and mustard and mixed grains on somebody else's property or on property that nobody really used or claimed, or put it in your backyard, which would you do? Well, Uncle Bud and Aunt Jane came to visit and help them make up their mind. Yeah, a whole new meaning to the water boy. Bingo, Melissa. Exactly, Golden Bear. And the same thing happened at the pizzeria. Trouble came a-knocking before summer ever went a-missing at the pizzeria. Everybody got mad at everybody and separated. And then summer went poof. Now that's all I know about the story right now. But I will be bringing more to you. Yes. All those fresh herbs and spices. Oh. And you know that pizza's going to be good. Lord, Lord, Lord. Sorry I didn't tell y'all put your shit kickers on before today we got started. I don't know if you didn't understand the story, the best I can do is tell you to email me and we'll talk about it in private. That's the best I can tell you right now. So, let me see something. I think that this one news article I have will actually allow me to play it. And if that's the case, I'm going to have it playing. That one. Let me see if I got one that'll play. Y'all bear with me. And I'm going to call Miss Smiley and get her on the phone while we have the news article playing. Aha. Oh, this is a good one, too. This is a new one, I think. Let's see. This is 1 year ago today. And the name of the article is Tipster Leads Hawkins County Narcotics Unit to Intercept $115,000 drug delivery. Now, let me ask y'all something. If your county averaged right at, it's like 0.9 million, not, 9/10 of a million. If your county averaged right at $1 million worth of drug seizures every calendar year, that means they also are taking cars and houses and all kind of shit. How the fuck they still broke, y'all? Ronnie, how are y'all broke? You're not spending it on your people. You farmed out the drug rehab and gave away $400,000 to Carter County. You're definitely not using it for parks and recreation. Probably just roll with it. What are you doing with it? Why are you broke? You're not using it to pay your employees. They're moving back home with mommy and daddy. So, where's the money going? Ronnie, we want answers. I know that the people that live there in Tennessee, Ronnie, they want answers too. I want to know, why are they so scared of you and your people? That's what I want to know. Why are they scared of their sheriff? And I'm not talking about the dopers. They're not scared of you. It's the law-abiding citizens that are scared of you. Why is that? On some real shit. Why is that, Ronnie? They should be the people that are proud to call you their sheriff. That should be the people Sorry, y'all, I'm trying to rewind this and it ain't working with. That should be the people that don't hesitate to give you a call. Those squeaky clean individuals that are ready to hide under their bed like a kid because they're afraid y'all are coming. They don't want to speak and talk, even if it's to just tell me a story about their mommy and daddy, because they're afraid of you. Why? That's the last people that should have to live in fear of you. They should be ready, willing, and able to call you at the drop of a hat. I don't understand that mentality. I don't understand how you don't see that that's a problem. Guys, don't forget to hit that Cash App and that PayPal and that Venmo. Support your girl. Because the more I tell you, the more they probably going to come after my ass. But anyway, we're going to share this article about the meth bust and let it play. And I'm going to call Smiley and get the call set up. Smiley, bear with me. I just got to get this article going. Okay, that's the right one. Tipster. And share audio.
arrest. Report says Closet was arrested not long after a chase. Knew he had warrants out for his arrest. A chase followed. Recognized him and knew he had warrants out for his arrest. A chase followed. Radford got away. He was found a short time later in a bedroom closet at his home with the help of his girlfriend, who answered the door. Radford is charged with evading arrest. He is due in court tomorrow.
Gain more customers with Seymour Smoke. Tommy's Motorsports is your
Maryville man who was found in a closet was arrested not long after a chase came to an end. A Blount County Sheriff's Office arrest report says everything started after Timothy Radford was spotted driving on Old Knoxville Highway Tuesday night. The report says the deputy recognized him and knew he had warrants out for his arrest. A chase followed. Radford got away. He was found a short time later in a bedroom closet at his home with the help of his girlfriend, who answered the door. Radford is charged with evading arrest. He is due in court tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Gary Braden of Braden's Lifestyles Furniture in Turkey Creek. As we look around, we realize how truly blessed we are. Unfortunately, there are many around us who are hurting and in need. Therefore, the Braden's family is proud to announce our annual Braden's Cares event. For your donation of $50 to a charity of your choice, you will receive Braden the Bear and 50% off retail on any single
Tommy's Motorsports.
Decide
Alright, everybody. I've got Miss Smiley on the phone right now. And she's going to talk to us about the letter, the device she found in her backyard, what happened to her neighbors and stuff. She's going to tell us what she is allowed to tell and what she's comfortable to tell. So, Smiley, basically, I'm going to give you the floor at this point, ma'am.
Okay. So, but I do want to say I had forgot about, and I want to bring this also to your attention, which I did to your chat earlier. But about months ago, and I think that's about the time Don went to jail or he was in the courtroom because that's what I was asking about. I had called Hawkins County and asked to speak to Rodni Lawson or left a voicemail. And the next morning, I got a call back and I had it programmed in. I was listening to it today. One of my viewers had said something about it because they thought it was today. They're like, oh, they're just being nice because you went to the news. And I'm like, no, this was actually 9 months ago. They didn't call me back, believe me. And I went back and listened to it.
Yeah.
And, Tony Allen had called me back in Ronnie's place. And what it was, I had asked a question, why did Ronnie, and I wasn't the only one at the time, everybody wanted to know, so I called.
Right.
I asked, why did Ronnie go in the courtroom with Don? I guess it didn't look good at the time, and so I just asked. And he told me that, one, he goes in the courtroom with everybody, and that's nothing unnormal. You know, kids' cases, juvenile cases. He goes in the courtroom. He was very nice, polite. He answered me back. He knew I was a YouTuber. In fact, I told him I was a YouTuber. Told him my name. I went on to tell him extra information as to why I got into Summer's case and all this stuff. Probably more than I should have. My point being is, I feel like they know who I am. I have wrote to Ronnie before, and so on and so on. Not that he's answered, but that's just the way it was.
Right.
So, getting back to this letter, I was sick. I had the fungulitis, and I was laying there just still thinking about Summer, wondering what can I do to still try to help her and get her name out there.
Right.
And as I was laying there thinking about it, I decided to type up and print out this letter to Ronnie, because just a few weeks before that, I had also sent a letter to Ronnie, and it was just short and sweet to Ronnie and or staff. I addressed it. I read it an open letter on my page, to whoever, Ronnie or whoever, and sent that letter. So again, therefore, I signed my name, sent the letter in, my address. They did not respond. I sent this letter. It was 18 questions. I corrected myself. I thought it was 25, but it was 18.
Yeah, you sent them to me in an email.
Yeah, and so I just asked him some questions. I was laying there sick and asked him some questions I wanted to know and some new things that had been brought to the light from Jody Sue and some different things, in the past and just different things I wanted to personally know.
Right.
So I sent the letter off, and I really wasn't expecting to get a response, to tell you the truth.
Right. Especially since you hadn't, from your previous communications.
Yeah, I just wanted to make them aware that people had questions and
that we ain't going nowhere.
That we're not going nowhere, and to get them thinking about Summer too,
Yeah.
She deserves justice, and she needs somebody thinking about her. And anyway, I sent the letter, and I have this mail app that tells me what I'm getting in the mail every day before it gets here. So, lo and behold, I see the letter, I see the outside of the letter that tells me I got an official letter from Hawkins County. I had no idea what was in it, but I could see what it said as far as it was addressed to concerned citizen, in parentheses, to chicken to sign your name. I'm like, what? And it had my address on it, and I'm like thinking, of course, I'm all tore up. I get all bent out of shape, you know. If y'all couldn't see that already and know that about me, I'm just human. So I put out 2 or 3 things. I'm like, y'all are not going to believe this, blah, 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 blah.
That's why I love you, because you're human.
I just tell it like it, I mean, you know, it comes from my heart. Something about me, I'm blunt, and I just tell it from my heart. Sometimes I don't think that's not a good thing, and I don't know. But anyway, I don't mean any harm, but, you know, I don't know. But anyway, I get the letter finally. My mail lady is looking at the letter. I mean, she's just stunned, like, what? Is this for the person that lives here? I can't believe it, because she's been delivering to me for like 9 years.
Right.
And I have to run out there and grab my mail and say thank you and run back in the house. Yes, this is for me. And because the least they could have done, in my opinion, also was put, how many times do you get something, and if they don't know the address, even if I forgot to sign my name, how many times have you got something, if the person don't know who lives there, they put or current residence,
right,
or previous residence at the address.
Right.
Well, they did that to be, like, to me, humiliating, embarrassing, and all the above. Let me ask you a question. The address, the street address, and then city, state, and zip code. That was mine. Right, but I know it was on the outside of your envelope. But was it written anywhere else inside the letter? Now, to be honest, that was on the outside the envelope. I did not put my address.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Your address, was it anywhere beside the outside of the envelope?
No, it was on the outside, on that letter, on that particular letter, it was on the outside the envelope.
The reason I asked that, Miss Smiley, is because to look at that envelope and to get your address, they had to see your damn name.
Yeah.
And that's why I say that was a purposely degrading, smart-ass bullshit thing from the beginning, before you even got to the inside.
Yeah, that's what I felt like.
Yeah.
But don't worry, the next letter I sent to them, I made sure to put everything on the inside. I sent them another letter.
I saw that.
And I put everything, my YouTube, my email, my phone number, everything you can think of that a person needs to know about you is on the inside of the letter and on the outside of the envelope. And I got copies of everything. So don't worry, they know who I am.
I'm going to let you finish telling that story, but I got a couple questions that just jogged.
Yeah,
well, I want you to finish telling what was in the letter and stuff for those that don't know.
So then I'm so upset, I figure, well, I need to get this on camera. But I didn't know what was in the letter, because when I got the letter, it felt really, really thick. And I honestly thought, oh my God, I am in trouble.
Right.
That's what I thought. I thought, because the letter was so thick.
You're thinking they're serving you court papers or something.
I didn't know, so I thought, okay, I'm just going to go in here. We're going to open this together publicly.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say what I got to say, and it's not going to be pretty.
Right.
So that's what I did. And then I opened the letter online, because I did have my bail money. That wasn't a lie. Because I figured they would send my county out here to pick me up.
True, I get that. Absolutely.
So anyway, but besides that point, you know, I was ready. But I opened it up, and I just, like, was beside myself. And that was that just made my whole month, really. but even though as embarrassing as it was, I could not help but to honestly to God laugh. I'm like, are you kidding me when I saw it? Because I held it to the camera first, and y'all saw it before I did. And then I looked at it, and then I had to look through the papers, and every one of them pages was part of a application. It was like, I don't know, I'd have to count it again, probably 8 or 9 pages front and back of a Hawkins County Sheriff's Department application. And I'm like, are you serious? They wasted all this paper and time. It cost 81 cents to mail to me, and the best I remember, it's 50 cents to mail something. So they wasted more than they should have even wasted their time to mail it to me. It asked for no application.
Well, and the envelope that their return address printed on it.
Yeah, time, manpower. They had to go get whoever to do that, type it up.
While they're saying they're broke and have nobody to work for them.
All on this missing little girl's back, just to lower themselves to Dawn and Candace's pranks and stuff like that, and jokes and all that. And I know for a fact, back in the beginning, Ronnie Lawson was on YouTube, although he didn't speak, but he was watching people himself. He's been in Scottish channels. You know, I've seen him in the garden, and people can say, "Oh, that wasn't him," but oh, yes, it was, especially in Scott H's. So I don't know, but you know, this is just ridiculous. When a 5-year-old, now 6-year-old little girl is missing. Why do that? Why even say anything? Well, anyway, so besides all that, I said, okay, I'm going to fill this application out. Right. So let me just tell you about that. So I said, okay, I'm going to fill this out and I'm going to send it back, but they're not going to like it. That's what I said to myself. So when I got off of YouTube, I filled it out all right. So I went through every bit of the front and back pages of that. I didn't mail it back yet, but I still have it. And I filled it out, but I filled it out. I filled out my name. I filled out everything. And if you don't know what to fill out, like not applicable and stuff like that, I did that. Or if it's a blank, you put I filled it out.
So did you fill it out the way I would have filled it out?
Now, hold on. Yeah, let me tell you. So I filled out like they said, what is your address? Okay, I gave them my address. If you haven't lived there more than 10 years, which I liked 1 year or almost a year, it said, where did you live before that? I put in a house. I've never been homeless. Thank you very much. Okay.
Oh my God.
Stuff like, okay, so one thing about it, I do want to tell you this.
Okay.
One thing about it, on this application, all of these pages that it had, y'all can get one. Next time you go up there and ask them for an application.
Sure, I'll call and get old Rodney to mail me one.
Yeah, there's only one question. They need a better application. No wonder nobody can't find nobody or do their job up there. This is another thing. They're not hiring the right people. The only question that it had on there that pertained to working at a sheriff's department or any kind of thing like that, the question something to the effect of how do you feel about using deadly force? I said, I don't know. Try me and find out.
You stupid. I'm done. Oh my God.
Okay, so then I got the application. I'm just kind of sort of looking over it.
Yeah.
So it said like your jobs. I said, well, I'm a Jill of all trades. Too many to name. Stuff like that. Let's see. Why did you quit? Probably because I wanted to.
Oh my God, I'm dying, y'all. Oh, the chat's laughing their asses off right now, too. Oh, we needed this, Miss Smiley.
Oh, let me read you this one, and this is the truth. This is the truth, y'all. Somebody's gonna look it up, I know, but this is the God's honest truth. Okay, it really happened to my husband, but it was both of us. We had to both do it. Here's one. Here's one for you, Ronnie, if you're listening. Okay, here's the good question. It said, are you now, or have you ever been involved as a plaintiff, defendant, or petitioner, respondent in any civil action? And I put yes. I sued the police department one time. I got $100,000. And then it says, if you answered yes to the previous question concerning involvement in civil action, give below an account of what happened and the circumstances. I put, well, they were in the wrong. It was a car wreck, but I have no problem suing the cops.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
And then, you know, just
if the application asks about any previous law enforcement experience or education.
No, it did ask my education, though.
But it didn't ask, like, if you had worked for another department before, or if you had been to any type of specialized law enforcement training.
No, it asked me, are you now, or have you ever been a member of any club or society or any organization?
Oh.
And I just put, yes, I prefer not to say, just know I did very good things. Let's see.
Oh my God. I'm done.
You know, your jobs, I just put, you know, in references and stuff like that, I just put, never in trouble on a job, same as last answer.
Your mama, that's what I'd have put. Your mama, bitch.
You know, the only question as far as a police job or any kind of job like that would be, what are your feelings about use of deadly force if it became necessary in a performance of your official duties? I said, try me and find out.
Hell, I would say, give me the gun, I'm ready. Pa-pow, pa-pow. Okay. They wouldn't hire me. You might get a job, Smiley. You better not turn that job in.
Let me tell you this one. Okay, it said, in the space below, please give the reasons why you want to be employed for the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. It did ask that. So I said, I was being smart. I said, I first want to work from home. Let's see. I first want to work from home, and I would never live there. I must be paid $100,000 a year with benefits, and I want to work there and do what Ronnie can't. I bet I can in 1 month. And then at the bottom, it asks, an investigation will be conducted on all this information and about your roommates, your family, your friends, your loyalty to the United States, and it asks you all this stuff. And then I wrote on here, this was like the last page, and I wrote, all you need to worry about is me, myself, and I. I will be doing the job, right? Question mark. I'm not taking the job if I can't work from home anyway, and I need to be paid, like I stated above. Otherwise, don't hire me. I don't care, but go find somewhere else. And then where it had you to sign your name, I put a big F-U.
Oh my God.
The other page, and it says and I put, you know, where it says blank, Tammy, do hereby authorize review, but where it come to signing it, I put F-U again.
Oh my God.
And I got it here to mail, but the reason that I didn't mail was, and I'm going to mail it to them one day, don't you worry.
I'm not. I believe you.
Yeah, please believe. Trust and believe. But the reason that I'm holding on to it is because then the next morning, by the time I calm down, It didn't have anything to do with my calmness and mailing it. But the reason that I didn't mail it is, of course, one of my subs said, you know, if I was you, I'd contact the news. And I was like, ding, 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 ding.
Right.
And so that's when I went forward with contacting the guy at the news station. And then I went, you know, and then, I contacted Ansley. That's who I contacted. I emailed Ansley and I said, look, here's XYZ. And I said, but because I know her position. And I said, because I'm not too familiar with all those stations up there, but I said, look, I know your position, and I know I really don't want you to deal with it because you would be in a rock and a hard place, and I don't want you to, to feel like either that you have to, and I don't want to put, I think I told her, basically, I don't want her to be in any kind of, because I know people's getting threats and stuff. I don't think I said it that way, but she knew what I meant. And I said, I waited to hear from her, and I think it might have took a day. And that's when she sent me that Ben Gilman guy, that digital guy or something like that.
Yeah.
And he emailed me back. And then, actually, I'll just say, I never heard from him anymore.
Yep.
Okay? That's when I went to the Kingsport Times. I think that's who it was. I don't want to get it mixed up.
Yeah.
But that's when that test lady actually called me back.
Uh-huh.
Now, she told me it would take her a couple of weeks or whatever. Time's not run out on that, but I don't know what's going on. But my point is, I wanted to start there first, but I have people coming to me telling me, this one does this, and this one has ties to this.
Well, WJHL has ties to the lights.
Yeah, and somebody said Tim Mullins has ties with the one test girl is working at. And I said, oh, great. I said, well, now he has my phone number.
Well, I know Johnny from Johnny B. Live.
Yeah.
He was reading out certain names for that one.
I heard that.
The last name.
Got the man Jay that called him back.
No.
Okay.
There was a last name that Johnny B. Live said before he talked to them, that the last name was Coates, Coates.
Oh, I forgot.
If you look that up, there's Coates Broadcasting. The Coates have quite a large amount of money in this area. And they're tied to not WJHL, but the other news station. Frank Light is tied to WJHL. That's why I said it wasn't a good thing to call them. That's why I was saying I wouldn't call. Have you heard from Johnny?
No, and see, that's what I asked you yesterday or the day before.
I can't find an email or nothing for him.
I'm worried about him.
I am too.
Because when he did the last one he did, where the Jay guy called him back.
Yeah.
And he asked him, or he wouldn't talk to him, and he said, oh, so you are investigating it. And he's like, I'm not going to discuss it with you, and he was real short with him. I was really worried then, but I haven't seen or heard Johnny on there since.
No, he hadn't. I went and checked. And he doesn't have an email listed in his About section. So anybody out there, WCYB is the one that Coates is associated with. Thank you, Explore With Me. Our Tennessee folks in the chat is letting us know. But I tried to find an email or contact information, and I couldn't find any anywhere on his YouTube channel and stuff.
Yeah, see, I keep going back every day because I want to make sure, okay, did his channel, get struck or took down, but my video, the last ones he did was my two last video, or the two videos where he was talking about me. They're still up.
Right.
But it makes me wonder, he was already getting threats.
Yes.
So I'm just worried about him because one thing I don't want is you or him or anybody else getting hurt because of what I did, which brings me back to, let me start with this.
Okay.
Back when...
One question.
The vigil.
Before I forget, one question.
Mm-hmm.
Since all this has come out,
yes,
has your phone rung?
Mm-hmm. And you know that too. I sent you copies.
Yes. I want you to tell them, make sure, however you put it in, what order you tell it in, don't forget to tell about that too. Okay, back to the vigil.
Let's say that first then.
Okay.
Okay, so since I called the news, this has only been, right, Nita? Isn't that right? Since only I called the news?
Yes.
So since I called the news, actually I was on the phone with Nita talking, and I started getting calls from Russia. I'm like, what the F? And I started making screenshots of it.
Yes,
and of course,
little Dev.
Mm-hmm. And actually, they're not leaving me voicemails.
Nope.
Well, normally, I'm not going to answer if I don't know who it is.
Right.
But it actually showed up. It actually showed up. Russia was called.
I've got the screenshots that you sent me.
Yeah, sometimes it says spam, and then it'll give the number. But it literally said Russia, like I had it programmed in my phone, which I don't. But it literally said Russia, and gave the number. Of course, I'm not calling the number back. Oh, heck no. And normally I block it. I didn't that time, but there was another call that came from, was it Polynesia? What is it called? What's that country called? Polynesia?
Yes.
Yeah. So then I got calls from there.
And you hadn't got calls like that ever before on that number.
No.
I just wanted to make that clear to everybody listening.
Yeah. So that happened. Okay, so let me just kind of back up to June when I went to the vigil. This is kind of short, but
It's fine. Take your time. I ain't in no rush. I got time today.
Yeah, it ties in, and the reason why, it'll make sense in a minute. But,
it does to me already, but I know the story.
Yeah, so
if y'all hadn't been listening enthusiastically up until now, please, especially anybody near the Hawkins County area, please pay attention. This is a little on the scary side.
Yeah, because I didn't think nothing about it even until now. Right. I still didn't think nothing about it. I just thought, wow. I thought it was bad. And Nita, I even think I brought it up in your chat, and probably Betty Jo's going to remember it. Yeah. I can't see your chat right now, but she's going to probably remember me saying something about it after I got back. But when I was up there at the vigil, you know how they were making all kinds of threats to people and stuff, I just took that with a grain of salt or whatever. And, a lot of stuff happened, but, it didn't bother me. But here at home, action was going on. And I didn't put two and two together. But I don't believe in coincidence.
Right. Well, just tell everybody what happened.
Okay.
And then you can tell everybody what happened.
Yeah, so I called home. My son said, oh, the police is next door or whatever. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, there's a lot of cars there. And I'm like, wow, what's wrong? And he's like, well, he's like, they come over here and talk to me too. And did I see anything? I'm like, well, what's going on? And he's like, they threw up my cocktail, or however you say it, through the front porch. I'm like, you're kidding. Yeah, the neighbor.
The next door neighbor.
Yeah, the next door neighbor. Which our houses are very close. Our houses are close here. Our houses are very close.
Yes.
So I'm like, you just stay inside and don't be talking to nobody and whatever. And he's like, I'm not. I told him, I didn't see nothing, whatever.
Right.
And I'm like, just go inside. And, I was worried about him, but I had my own thing going on too. So when I come back, I did ask them, was they okay? It didn't get in their house, and everything was okay. But when I come back, I think I told y'all about it. Okay. That was in June.
Right.
Okay. Now, everything was okay. The vigil settled down. Everybody went on about their business.
Yes.
Now, 2 days ago, I have an 8-foot fence in my backyard because I have a crazy. I inherited my son's pit bull, plus I have dogs. And but they're inside dogs. I will say that, but I don't think it would have mattered. But anyway, I have an 8-foot fence in my backyard, and my husband was mowing the grass because it had been raining here, which is probably a good thing.
Right.
I took a nap, and I get up, and I go out there, and where we smoke at, there's a little bucket by the porch. He had picked up where somebody had threw one in our backyard over an 8-foot fence.
Be specific about what one is, honey.
Mocktail cocktail. I can't say it right.
A Molotov. I can't either. A Molotov cocktail. Y'all know what we meant. A bomb, a fiery bomb device.
It's a bomb. Yeah, it's like a bottle bomb. It's they put an accelerant or gas or something in the bottle, a glass bottle, and they put a rag in the top of it, which I never was familiar with what it was either. And they light it and throw it, and they try to throw it through your window or something. And once the cop explained it to me, once it goes in the window and hits through there, it actually blows up and it can do some real damage and really hurt you.
Yes.
They use it in protest and stuff like that, you see.
And I'll tell you, like, did you ever watch Andy Griffith? I know this is going to sound dumb, but Andy Griffith, the old TV show.
Yes.
The reason I say that, if you go back to like moonshining days, like when my papa used to run shine and stuff like that, that's the kind of thing they did back then. Like Ernest T. Bass used to do that on the Andy Griffith show. Like he'd throw rocks and stuff. Yeah, see, they're saying it on the screen. He'd throw rocks and stuff and Molotov cocktails through people's window. Everybody's hollering Mayberry and Ernest T. Bass in the chat right now. But it was common. And what's weird to me is, like I was saying in the video, it's not 72, 82, or 92. It's 2022. But see, back in the 70s and the 80s, that was the homemade explosive. Thank you, Golden Mare. Homemade explosive. That was the go-to.
Right.
That was the go-to back then. And what town is stuck there?
Yeah, I understand.
I know. Bless your heart, I know you do.
Yeah. So, but I walked out. Luckily, well, see, here's the thing. Luckily, like I said, it had been raining, and I guess because it is an 8-foot fence, and because my yard is so big in the back, now my front's not, but my back is, it didn't do the job whatever they wanted it to do.
Right.
And which is good.
Thank God.
But a lot of it had spilled out, and the rag was still in and stuff, but it caught fire around the rim, if you know what I'm talking about, where you would drink out the bottle, and the rag was still in. It did catch fire there, but I guess it caused it to, the bottle didn't break, luckily, and all that stuff. Well, anyway, my husband picked it up, and he put it in the, he just picked it up and put it where we smoke at, up by the porch. So when I come out, I didn't realize what it was. I just thought, because he don't drink or anything, and I just thought somebody had been drinking. I'm like, what is this? I mean, what is this? Are you serious? And he told me that somebody had threw it in the yard, and I'm like, what? I'm like, oh no. I'm like, so I wasn't going to even call the police. I mean, I'm just like that. I still didn't put 2 and 2 together from next door. That was a couple of months ago. I did send it to my son at work, and I'm like, look what somebody threw through our yard or whatever in the backyard. He's like, no, you need to call and report this.
Yep.
And anyway, I did. They come out, and I made the report and everything. They went out and looked and all that. He told me all about it. He asked me some questions and stuff. I don't want to get into a lot of it, but he did ask me. So then at that point, I told him about the neighbor and stuff. I told him, I said, look, I'm a really small time YouTuber, but I don't want somebody else to get hurt.
Right.
I don't believe in coincidence. It could be separate. It could be.
It's awful weird that happened to your next door neighbor on the anniversary of Summer going missing. And then after you write that letter and get that letter response back and make it public, that happens to, it's an awful big coincidence.
So then they might say, well, we didn't get the front, but now we're going to get the back. We're going to let you know we know.
Right.
Or something, I don't know. It was just after I thought about it, and I called, and I just told him, I said, I want a report, and I just want to make sure I have all my bases covered and everything. And, he was very kind. I'll have to give our police here kudos for real. And, because I want y'all to know something. No matter what I say online, like I told him, I back the blue 100%. It's just those people in Hawkins County that work for that sheriff's department, I don't know what they're doing up there, but they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and that's the point.
Right.
But anyway, I've never seen anybody like that. But anyway, he asked me some questions and everything, and he stayed here a pretty good while, and he started asking me questions like, have I seen any weird cars go by, a lot of stuff he started asking me. And he asked me, he opened this up. So he said, have you got any letters?
What?
And, he asked me, have I got any letters?
Just out of the wait, I didn't know this part. Just out of the blue?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
So,
do you think he'd watched your channel?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I just wondered.
Yeah, in my opinion, I don't think so. I don't think it.
Because that don't sound like a standard question.
I know, but, I don't know, mate. I really don't think so. I don't know. But he asked me, the questions he was asking me, just different stuff. And then he just asked me, have I got any letters or anything like that? And I told him, I said, well, I know this is kind of embarrassing to tell you. I said, and this is kind of silly, in my opinion. I said, but I want you to know before I tell you this. I said, I back the blue. That's what I told him. Right. And he said, okay. He said, well, you can tell me anything. And then that's when I told him about the letter that was sent. I said, the only letter that I've got was from Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. And so I told him about that letter or whatever. Well, at that point, he looked in shock, and
right.
he looked dumbfounded because they have to be kind of
he was trying to maintain professional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but he said, hold on a minute. He went out to his car, and he told me he was going to call his boss. I'm like, excuse me. But anyway, he went out there and he called his boss, and he come back, and he put his gloves on again, and he said, let me see the bottle again. And he said, he went back out to the backyard again, and he said, brought a brown paper bag, like a big grocery bag, and he put the bottle with him, and he said he was, taking it with him, and they were gonna, see if they could get anything off the bottle or whatever. And that's all I can tell you about that.
Right.
I did, went out there and asked him, I said, just please, I said, make sure you, I want to put this in a report and everything, and I just want to make sure it's written down or whatever.
Right.
And that's all, basically all I can tell you about that. But I didn't tell you about this either because I hadn't talked to you, so I did put it on my community page. So the next day, we go out, and my husband says, I'm sitting on the porch, I didn't notice it. My husband says, why is the mailbox crooked? And I said, I don't know. And I'm looking at it. He goes over there, and the mailbox is loose. Now, again, somebody, I'm not saying, somebody could have, I don't know what happened to the mailbox.
It's just awful coincidental.
Yeah, the very next day.
Yeah.
So he has to go over there, and it is so loose that he has to completely, I got pictures of him, he has to take it all the way off, straighten it up, and straighten all that up. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So I haven't had any more trouble since then. But now, again, I'm going to say it usually takes about 4 days or so to get the letter. I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest. I'm telling all y'all in chat when they get that other letter from me at Hawkins County, because I read it out loud to y'all, but I don't think, again, in my opinion, it was nothing. I did tell him it took me 5 days to get out of shock, and I'm writing you this letter, and I thought it was very unprofessional. And I really think you owe me an apology. I mean, that's what I think, and I really think you need to, I don't know, but
I agree with that part.
I don't know what I'll get after that, but after that letter, I won't be writing him no more, but I just, I feel like they shouldn't be, like I told him before I even opened the application, I may not need to be on this case, but I don't feel you need to be on that case either, and I still stand behind that. I still stand behind that.
I agree.
No disrespect, but I still mean that.
And to what Cassie's saying in the chat, Cassie, AWP, Adventures with Purpose, and EquiSearch have all volunteered to come and help search for Summer. AWP was told she ain't in the water. How do you know? If you don't know where she's at and she's missing, how the hell you know she ain't in no water?
Yeah, listen, I think it was 2 or 3 days ago, I ran over, and because I don't really go over in there, I don't have time, but I went over to Duty Runs, and Dave Rader was on there again, and they were talking about Kylie, and somebody asked him something about going back to Hawkins County in summer or whatever. He said he can't because they won't invite him back. He said he would go in a minute, but they will not let him come back. My question is, why?
Brian Eaton did that one interview with Dawn, and he felt very uncomfortable. He spoke on it and said that he felt very unwanted and very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, if you don't want these people up there, why can somebody not just come out and say anonymously, somebody called, we found her, something. I mean, close the case, get the people out of there then.
It makes me feel like, I'm going to say this. I don't feel like that Ronnie and crew would be protecting Dawn and Candace.
I think they're protecting themselves.
I think it has to be somebody close to them. Somebody important.
Yeah.
Because I just don't see doing all this for Dawn and Candace. They're still considered outsiders.
Right. And I don't think that they did anything, but I think that they think they're going to get in a jam for the stuff, whatever it is they're doing, that's breaking laws or something.
Yes.
I don't know, but so I don't know. It's just,
Obviously, I feel the attention that Summer's case is drawing and garnering is putting, how do I say this, putting certain illegal, untoward enterprises at risk. And some people are saying it goes back to the Trent girl. Well, you commented, and it's really strange that you made the comment about Ronnie going into the court with Dawn.
Yeah.
Because Mr. Simpson, that was convicted for kidnapping Carly Trent, during his sentencing and his court hearings, Ronnie was sitting right next to that man. That man took a 25-year flat sentence, no possibility of parole, on a no contest, no contend day plea. Nobody does that. He did not utter a single word in court in his defense or even in against him. Nobody does that. Nobody.
Right. And look where Carly was found.
On Donnie Lawson's property.
Yeah. And yet they don't have any kids missing up there. I mean,
they don't have a drug problem. They don't. It's no worse there than anywhere else. And if it's no worse there than anywhere else, then God Almighty, it's bad.
Yeah, and I think in Summer's case, whether Candace and them be responsible or not, or somebody else, whoever, the others, Candace, or whatever, they didn't think that anybody would care enough for it to blow up like it did. Now, it might have not have went national, at least yet.
Right.
But they didn't think that they were going to get this attention right there in that town.
Right. Especially considering the parents, I feel like. I also do. I've maintained this since day one. I continue to maintain this. I believe without a shadow of a doubt that Dawn and Candace know something. Whether they did it or didn't do whatever was happening to her. They know something. Now, whether it's that they made her disappear because they knew something was going to happen, or they did whatever they did, or they know after the fact, if that makes sense. I feel like they have guilty knowledge, I guess is the proper term.
Which hurts my heart because they don't want, let me just say this, they don't want Summer found.
Oh no, I don't feel they do.
I'm talking the police, I'm talking whoever.
Right.
They don't want people up there in their, they don't want EquiSearch professional. Okay, am I crazy? What if there's other kids or family there in that county that is missing and has been missing, that one, okay, let's just say, and I believe Candace is in there. I believe at least Candace and Grandma's missing. Some people don't agree with me, but that's what I believe. But let's just say, what if there's other families there that has kids missing that we don't know about in that county because of something going on like this? Okay, let's say that they could take a family that don't have the mentality of a 30 or 40-year-old that has kids like that or whatever. Their kids go missing because of trafficking or because of whatever the situation. I don't know. But let's just say that they could get away with scaring them or whatever into not mentioning it and people don't know about it publicly, God only knows. You don't know that Summer may not be the only kid missing up there, but they just didn't know that Summer was going to be the kid that was going to bring the light. I don't know.
I've said this before, and I still stick by it. Summer, no offense to nobody, Summer was not healthy enough, and her oral and other physical hygiene was not maintained well enough for an large international trafficking ring.
Right.
But familial trafficking, homegrown, local trafficking, yes. Now let's just devil's advocate for a moment, Miss Smiley. Let's pretend that Dawn and Candace were dibbling and dabbling in trafficking the children. Could it be the reason they don't want Summer searched for and found is because of who they were trafficking her to?
Oh, yeah.
And or it would uncover other things. Crops, for instance, other things that are being trafficked along those highways and byways. Like, maybe not people, but dope.
Oh, definitely.
I've said since the beginning, if we follow the money and the power, we'll get the answers.
Yeah.
And that I firmly believe drugs are involved and at the root cause of everything.
Drugs had something to do with it. Something.
You know, whether it's just that the parents were using and it dulled their senses enough to where they wasn't paying attention and the kids were able to run off and get snatched up or, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Or it desensitized them enough to where, you know, they would do things that they normally wouldn't do. Personally, looking at their background, though, at least Dawn's, it's weird, this situation, and that trafficking is being discussed when we've heard Mary and her husband speak about in the past how his first wife had to stop him from being on the hoe stroll with his son in Ogden, and then he was going to sell his daughter to Mary and her husband for, I believe they said, $10,000, and the wife wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so he's already familiar with the trafficking part,
right?
Which makes you wonder. And then, you know, Candace, she don't have a problem with him going to. Who do you know that would stay with their husband going to Knoxville with all the tramps and stuff? I mean, that makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Right.
You know, maybe she was doing her thing, but I still would not put up with that. Are you kidding me? You know, I don't.
But you would if y'all were covered for each other.
Yeah, exactly. If you had something to hide, you sure would.
Like, you know,
but what I'm
she
saying
has her thing that she likes to do with young boys, and he has his thing he likes to do with whatever. Right. And, you know, well, y'all's habits, y'all cover for one another.
That's right. And from my understanding is...
saying yuck in the chat. I ain't saying it's not gross and disgusting, but real life ain't always pretty.
Yeah, and my understanding was this happened before Summer went missing. I don't know. I don't know that to be fact, but I know it got worse after, like him going to Knoxville and stuff like that after Summer got missing. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, that he had been before. Yeah.
Yeah,
She made
that's
the
what
comments. I'm trying to remember whose chat it was in or whose it was on, but she made the comments that I'm trying to think how it was said, that he went to Knoxville to do his nasty things with,
Yeah.
his hookers, I guess. I'm trying to think how to say it, but there's just not a nice way to put it.
It's not pretty.
It's beyond not pretty.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm like you. I don't know how someone could, call that person their spouse and put up with that. To me, that's worse than cheating. That's just nasty.
Yeah,
That ain't nasty. That's nasty.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just beyond. But I don't know. That's part of, too, we've talked about it in your chat before. That's part of the math part. See, that that's all you want to do. I mean, that's just something in your, something in your brain, from my understanding. That's all they want is to do stuff like that, and oh my God. It's just very bad. It's a bad situation. That's why people like that. They don't, I can't judge everybody, but I'm just saying, they have no business around kids, not people, but kids. And that's why they say that, well, I know here, I don't know about Tennessee, but again, here, if you're on meth and they know it, they're taking your kids automatically, period, end story. They don't play with that here. But
either.
I don't know what is going on up there. And I had a sub tell me, and I don't know if it's, again, this is hearsay, but I wanted to tell you. A sub told me the other day, again, it's hearsay. I don't want to get no rumors started, but I was so heartbroken by this. They told me that, I forget, either Candace had took either some classes or she took a short-term whatever, and they told me that because it was in writing, they told me that they know all about how they ran from DCF or whatever, all the bad stuff that they did. And they told me that if she left on, which she has, that when she goes back to court or whatever, that she was going to get the boys back because she done that. Okay, I don't believe she's going to get the boys back, but I'm scared there's going to be a chance. Now, here's my thing. Again, I'm not trying to start rumors, but my thing with this, and the reason I'm saying it is, y'all do understand, if she gets them back, you know what she's going to do, don't you? They're going to close out the case. Eventually, they have to. They're going to close out the case. She's going to get back with Dawn, and they're going to leave, and there's not going to be a darn thing that CPS can do about it.
Yep. They're going to do what they're used to doing, which is run.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And I don't understand it. And this breaks my heart, and it kills me, and I hope they do not ever give them boys back because they need a chance at life. This is ridiculous. And I don't understand.
And that's just another reason, in my opinion, why the outside authorities need to step in and do something.
Yes, and that's another one of my points is, okay, you say everything's on the table, then start taking people off the table. What are you doing?
Right.
The first thing you did was to try to eliminate Elizabeth Sparks' parents. I mean, go back. What are you doing?
And that is, again, why I say that it needs to be taken over by another agency. And obviously, TBI isn't that agency.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, eliminate these people or go back in there and give them, in light of, and that was one of my questions to Ronnie Lawson, in light of the new things that the neighbors has been saying, i.e. Andy giving drugs or whatever her name is, giving drugs to Candace or whatever, or all the stuff that's come out, you know, give them new polygraph tests. Get the right answers out there to them, or the questions out there to them, the proper answers, you know.
There's something I want to say, too, about the polygraph testing that a lot of people don't realize. And this came, actually, from Steve Wilkos. I don't know if y'all know. I'm sure y'all know who Steve Wilkos is. You know, that guy that works for him and does the polygraph is one of the top in the nation. And he was saying that the reason that polygraphs are not admissible in a court of law is because they're subjective. And depending on the abilities of the examiner that administers the polygraph is depending on how accurate they can be.
Right.
So, and it a lot of times depends on the question. Because, like, say for instance, they asked Don, do you know where Summer is? Well, he can possibly answer no and be telling the truth because he might not know where Summer is right now.
Exactly.
So, if they did not, for instance, whoever's over the investigation wanted to give the appearance of they was doing everything proper and there was no impropriety, they might would ask a question like that rather than saying, did you do something to Summer? Have you SA'd Summer? Did you physically harm her? Did you physically or, you know, over the phone or whatever, did you make a plan to make her get gone? Did you assist in her getting gone? Did you find out why she got gone after she got gone? And if they didn't ask the questions in that fashion, then there's a possibility that you know, get that answer and they pass it. Just like if the person you're asking the question doesn't feel they did anything wrong, then they're not going to react the way that one of us would being asked the same question.
Yeah, because if they would have asked him, what is her favorite food? And he would have said French fries, and they would have said, what is her least favorite food? And he would have said potatoes. He probably failed that because he don't even know, or it would have been inconclusive.
Hell, he couldn't even give the kids' birth dates, and they're tattooed on Candace's fucking leg.
Exactly. So they need to ask the proper questions. They need to give each one of them now. Again, another polygraph.
I'm doing an all-nighter until I hear my PayPal and Cash App go ching-a-ching-ching. That's what they just asked, is I doing an all-nighter. Now I'll get reamed and raked over the coals for saying that. Lord. Can't even make a joke.
I won't keep you on here, but I just...
Oh, it's fine, Tammy. I mean, I ain't upset about it. I was just saying that to try to make a joke, but people... Well, you know how it is in YouTube land.
Yeah, I know.
But if they got a penis in YouTube land, they can say anything and get by with it. If I'm telling a fib, I can name a bunch of YouTubers that look. Benny, Ernie. Do I need to keep going? They can tell you. I mean, that the world was about to end.
Yeah, I know. But I hate it for Summer, you know, I want her name out there regardless, and, you know, I just want her found, and I want justice, and I appreciate you so much, and everything you've done, and Johnny B, and, I mean, he jumped right in, he didn't know, I don't think, what he was getting into, but I'm worried about him, I'm starting to worry, and if anybody knows anything, you know, or can get a hold of him, please find out. But
yes, Lord, please let us know.
yeah, I've had several people contact me. Maybe I shouldn't talk to anybody because I don't want to get anybody else involved.
Well, we'll talk privately.
Yeah.
And I'll help you. You know I'll help you.
I mean, I know you're already in it, and
yeah.
You're like, they're not scared. I mean,
No.
they're not going to scare you off. And
no, they done twice. This
bragged and
going after my kids. This was the second time that's happened.
yes.
People thought I was lying and bullshitting when I said they called Walmart corporate, and they called the local store and complained on me and told crap on me to get me fired. And I guess they thought if they got me fired that I would be so distraught and upset that, I would stop. Just like I think they thought if they went after my relationship with my children and after my children that would stop things.
Yeah.
Just like I'm going to sit here, how do I say this? My son was getting ready to get transported from one hospital to another. So I said that somebody asked me where he was at. And I said, rather than say, well, they're packing him up and they're getting ready to put him on the EMS transport and in 2 hours, instead of going through all that, I just told the hospital he was at. So tell me why that same person that was asking questions that wasn't none of their business literally called that hospital asking where he was at and what room was he in. And I asked him, I said, what are you doing? Are you going to pay his hospital bill? Or are you sending him something to eat? You sending him DoorDash or Grubhub? Or are you trying to send flowers? What is your purpose? What is your purpose?
And that wasn't even, you're talking about that was just a sub, right?
No,
you're talking about somebody else that threatened, right?
It was not someone I consider a subscriber. No, it was someone that was
it's okay. You don't have
affiliated with another YouTube channel that's affiliated with the parents, and says they're no longer messing with, talking to, but yet the 2 days after they say that, I click over and it's, oh, I love you, and I mean, da-da-da-da. And no, they did not violate HIPAA because they did not speak to anybody that worked at the hospital.
Okay.
Then now they're associated with another channel that every time there's a live or conversation, it seems to be I'm the topic.
Yeah, that's not good. Oh, I just wish people would understand. I mean, going real life is just you can't. Oh
no. Let me clarify something. The hospital didn't tell them jack shit. So then they contacted his wife. And she told them to mind their fucking business, basically, after they asked questions like a private detective or a police detective, as she stated. So that wasn't good enough. So the next day, they called my son while he's laying in the hospital bed. Then they sent a picture that was a private picture that I didn't even have access to off of her social media of the children. Talk about what pretty children they were. And it'd be a shame if something happened to them because of their grandma, that she don't claim them.
Oh my God.
Right. But they are not. So I was asked specifically, does your son have any children of his own? No. No. And the answer to that question is still no.
Wow. Oh, I'm so sorry.
And it was just, they took it as a threat. They felt they were being threatened. It wasn't how I took it, how I looked at it. They felt I was being threatened. I mean, that they were being threatened because of me.
Yeah, that's scary for them. Yeah.
Right? So now I have no contact with my child whatsoever.
Oh God, I hate that. I'm so sorry.
And I really am not allowed to talk about it. So I have to.
Well, don't say no more. Don't forget you're on your show.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's not your fault. But there was a calculated error in their ways, because what you did was you took away any leverage you have, because you took away everything.
Mm-hmm.
You realized that threatening me and my person didn't do you any good, but that's all you got left to threaten now. What you calculated error.
Yeah.
And you pissed me off, so there you go.
Yeah. Well, just be, like I said, just be careful out there, and everybody be careful and stay vigilant. And I don't know what's going on, but obviously they think it's
a game.
Yeah, they think it's they obviously think it's some kind of video game or something, because one of those you talk to the people through, and I don't know what they're trying to do, but it's not a game, and I'm not going away. I don't care. Please don't burn my house down tonight, but if my house burns down tonight, I'm still going to talk about Summer tomorrow, and I hope she's found, and that's just the way it is. I mean, I'll cry for a few days, and I hope
and I'm still going to shine a light on the corruption in Hawkins County.
Yeah, I mean,
because I've met a lot of people there that are really good people. Really good, honest, hard-working people that deserve better than what the hell they're getting.
Yeah, I was born and raised right there in Nashville, Tennessee. My family, my mom, my family, everybody's still there. I had my kids in Tennessee, 2 of them anyway. I had my kids in Tennessee. I had, family all over Tennessee. Was married in Tennessee. Grew up, have friends there. Listen, there's nothing wrong with Tennessee. There's nothing. Tennessee's a good place. It's good they named it the volunteer state. I always was raised to help people. That's a good name for it. People are kind. They will help you. They will give you the shirt off their back. They will do anything there for you. I have never, seen anything like some, not all, but some of the people in Tennessee. Let me tell you something. When I was on Ben Hill Road right there, I got out at the corner to just take a picture of Summer's sign right there. And my husband had parked on down. Of course, I'm in a hurry and I jump out, so I had to walk a little bit. And I wanted to do that, so he didn't back up. But anyway, there was a car that a man and a lady had stopped and asked me, scared the devil out of me. Actually, I jumped, but so they come from behind me and pulled over and asked me, was I okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm just taking a photo of, because that was the first time I was in the neighborhood, so I didn't really know what to expect. And I'm just like taking a picture of Summer's sign. They're like, okay, well, I just want to make sure you're not broke down or anything. And I'm like, no, I'm fine. So I go down there, take the picture, whatever. They turn around and go back, and as I'm walking back, I notice they go in Light Hollow or whatever. I'm like, oh crap, that's great. But actually, to be honest with you, they were very, nice people or whatever. I mean, people will stop and help you and try to help you, and it was nice to see that. When I was at the vigil, everybody was nice. They come up to you and, was nice and told their stories and stuff like that. Everybody is not bad people in Tennessee, regardless of where you're at. You're going to have a few bad apples everywhere.
And unfortunately, it seems like the bad apples have kind of risen to the top.
And they're making everybody look bad.
Yeah. and instilling fear in the good folks.
Yeah. You know, the ones who don't want people found and the ones sitting there dribbling from their mouth, distractions,
Yeah.
neighbors, whatever, when they know good and well they're the mouthpiece of distractions.
Right.
But anyway, all I know is I'm still going to be here talking about summer, whether I don't care who I am.
Right.
I know I'm not important. I'm not going to find summer. I'm not.
And I've never thought that I was going to find summer.
Me either.
But do I think?
Who am I?
Do I think that I can put pressure on certain individuals that have the ability to find her, and pressure them into action? Absolutely, that's my goal.
Yeah.
And if they don't want me to do that, then they need to do something about it.
I mean, I'm here for a reason. I don't know what my purpose in life is, but this is my purpose, I guess. Something is. God put me here for a reason.
Well, I know that, you know, that video that we watched that I had made, someone made a comment on that video that they couldn't charge and arrest somebody if they hadn't committed a crime. Talking about Candace. And I'm like, well, hello, where have you been? Neglect. That's a crime.
Committed online, it's not even funny.
Well, neglect is a crime.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure, I don't know, contributed to the delinquency of a minor. That's a crime. Because, you know, the minor admitted, and it's preserved for posterity, recorded-wise, he admitted that she purchased alcohol and vapes for him, both of which you have to be 21 to have. His own mother admitted it, that it was purchased by Summer's mother for him. They were publicly communicating in a sexual manner, and when I say publicly, the comments back and forth between them about Thumbelina and all that stuff, and the girlfriend, that was a public Facebook post. That was not private messaging. That was a public Facebook post.
Oh, yeah, all they got to do is go back and look online.
All they got to do is ask one of us. We got the screenshots. That's a crime.
Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all saw today. I got the messages. I got them all, Katie. We all got them. We all have them. But Jay for Justice did a podcast or interview early on with Dawn, and Thunder Sky Studios put it out again today. Matter of fact, when we hang up, I'm going to play it. It's like a 2 or 3 minute interview. And if you guys haven't heard it, grab onto your britches, get your popcorn and your drinks, and get ready, because the whole story is way different.
And I want to say one more thing before I hang up. Okay, so I want to say this to Jody Sue. I've said it, but I want to say this out loud to Jody Sue if she hears this. Jody Sue, you have done nothing but distractions. Like I said, I took up for you before for a long time. Or I, you know, kind of liked you in and out of your chat till you pulled your little shit when I come up there. But anyway, that's beside the point. I'm over that. Anyway, you know, I was thinking here a while back, and I did write it down. I don't know if you read it or not. But as much as you talk, I do want to tell you, it's a shame, a crying shame, that you have a platform. You made yourself a YouTube. And Andy said you talk all the time. I don't know who to believe, and I don't really care. He said you have always talked. But you have yourself a platform. If you really wanted to help Summer or a neighbor child, whether you knew or didn't know or know the parents, whatever, if you wanted to do some good in your life, you could actually, Jody Sue, get on your platform and use your voice, the one God spared for you, and you could actually use this time that you have on earth to get Summer person's name and face out there, but instead you chose to go the other route.
Yep.
And that is horrible. That is just monstrous in itself. That's really all I have to say to you.
I love it. Very well said. Very well said.
I wish I could do it more graceful, but I just can't.
Better than I would have done, because mine would have had so many 4-letter words in it. It would have had about 5 words that wasn't bleep, 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 bleep. And it probably would have been her name, and A, and B.
She could choose. She could choose to do something good with her voice and her life. As much as she says she's been through for that little girl, but she's chose to ride off of her back too, and I don't appreciate that.
I just, all she had to do was tell the truth.
Yeah, and here I'm sitting here wondering what my purpose is, and I get drugged for it, and I don't want nothing for it. I don't want anything, nothing. When I hit enough people or whatever, I'm sitting here wondering, what am I going to even talk about when I go live? To create or whatever. I just want to keep Summer's name out there. I just want Summer to be found and justice to be done for Summer, and I don't know what I'm going to do after that.
Your heart's in the right place. It'll lead you where you need to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm counting on. Just my heart. My heart, and just to do it from my heart. That's all I want.
It's the truth. You won't, as long as you are coming from a good, honest place, no matter what people say or do, you'll continue going where you're going because you're doing it for the right reasons.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I want. That's all I'm going to try to do.
That's all that matters. And those that know you know that you can't do it. I know you, and I know you can't do anything but. It's just not in you to do any other. Miss Molly, I am going to say goodbye.
Okay.
I'm going to show a video of Thunder Sky Studios' original Dawn interview. And then I'm going to quickly show some news articles and 3 or 4 different lawsuits against Hawkins County Sheriff's Department to kind of help explain a little bit of why they so broke.
All right, well, I love all of y'all, and y'all stay safe, and please keep her name out there, okay? And thank you, Nita, for all you do, and thank you for having me up.
Yes, ma'am. Love you, Miss Smiley.
Love you, too. Love you all. Bye.
Bye, darling. Talk to you in a little while. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to hit the thing that quick. Sorry, Smiley. My thumb brushed it. I hate touch screen. I'm terrible. Okay. Let's pull up this video right quick, because I had forgotten about it. I may even come back later and do a second live. Thank you. Roll with it. Awesome sauce. I may come back later and do a second live just about corruption in Hawkins County. Because there are so many articles from officers, clerk of court personnel, rescue squad personnel, judges, probation and parole, district attorneys. Notice that all of those I said are plural, more than one. More than one. Of all of those categories. And then how many 3 lawsuits that I got pulled up. 3 separate lawsuits. And a 4th one that I thought I had pulled up that I don't. And that was a wrongful death suit that Mrs. Lawson won. There's the guy, I know everybody's seen his face, where he's splashed across the front page of the paper, where he was beat so bad that his eyes was beat shut. That's one of them. There's 3 others. 2 active, 1 settled. Y'all bear with me. I'm trying to get this video. And pause it at the right moment. Alright. And yes, I did download the actual court documents for those lawsuits. And y'all listen to this interview. It was put out on August the 24th. But this interview with Don was originally done on JS for Justice podcast. Shortly, it's one of the first 3 interviews Don did. And if you've not seen it, it's very interesting. I'm going to pause it every time I hear a different story than what we've been told. So be ready.
Hunter wanted to go with the Lakers and go swimming with his leg on her prescription or whatever. He's always doing stuff with summer and seeing the pictures.
Going here and there, but I'm always at work to support everything, which is fine.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And you're a hard worker. You work and you do drywall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard job. That's physical labor.
It takes all your time, for sure.
Absolutely, especially when you're raising a big family like you guys have. Yeah, you got quite a few. How many of you guys have? 4, right? 3 boys and Summer.
Yes.
Yep. I had 3, so I know you got your hands.
Is it showing on your screen? There we go. The echoing will go away once I hit the mute. Y'all are on a delay.
It's full there.
Right.
So, so she goes over, but were her and Hunter's mom on good terms at this time, or were they?
Yeah, they were, and I don't understand why. Well, something to do with that little girl, Trudy, was supposedly having sex with a 12-year-old, and
Now, who is this?
that's with one of their daughters. It's these people, Hunter's sister.
Oh, Hunter's sister. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it was like having sex with a 12-year-old, and she wanted my wife to lie to the police about it, and my wife ain't gonna lie to the police. So she.
Oh, wow.
This is where all this. She got mad about it, and they're trying to do everything they can to hurt us at this point.
Oh, I see. Okay, so at the time though, on the 15th, when Candace went over there, they were cool. They were all right.
Right, exactly.
And then so she went to see the mom. I'm sorry, I don't know her first name. What's Hunter's mom's first name?
I can't remember.
All right. We'll just call her Hunter's mom.
Sure. I don't.
We'll just call her Hunter's mom.
Okay.
Okay, so she goes over to see Hunter's mom, and then she asks Hunter to go to the state park with them. Who was all with Candace?
Candace's mother.
Okay.
Summer, Wyatt and Waylon, and Wyatt, Waylon, Josie, my other 3 boys. And,
so all the boys were there too.
Well, either that or the.
Y'all hear that? He just said the boys were there at the park with them. He also said that Allie and Candace were still good friends. And he didn't even know Allie's name, but he knew the little girl True's name, the one he had been checking out. He knew her name, didn't he?
boys stayed here. I'm really unclear on that for sure. I'm
Okay.
not sure.
I know it's been tossed around that the boys weren't there. And everybody was like, why were the boys at home? And she's taking this 15-year-old boy to the state park with Summer.
Right. Yeah, I'm unclear on that. I really don't know for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you, being honest that you don't, that you're unclear. Okay. So but he does go with Candace to the state park.
Yeah.
And Summer's there and they swim and they fish or they do whatever, right?
Right.
All right, guys, I finally figured out how to build your website the way you actually envision it. And it's called Wix. Or two about websites.
Okay, guys. Not liking this. Y'all notice that the story's way different than the story that we've heard being uttered this entire time? Or is it just me? That feels like the story suddenly, drastically changed. What I'm going to do is I'm at 5 hours and 52 minutes and some change. I have to keep this under 6 hours to be able to edit in case YouTube gives me a strike for any reason. So, I'm going to sign off. And sometime this afternoon, I'll be back with corruption in Hawkins County. I'm going to enlighten you guys. We're going to go back from 2015 to present day. And I'm going to show you how corrupt and how every position one can imagine has had some form of corruption. Conviction. Not just allegation. Conviction. Which is a big difference. Don't forget to hit that Cash App, that PayPal, that Venmo. Show your creator here. Show Nita's World a little love and support. As right now, this is my pretty much only income. But I won't back down. Y'all won't stop me. I will continue to say Summer's name. And you're not going to stop me from saying Summer, Moon, Utah, Wells. And on that note, I'm going to say peace, love, and light. And I will see you all later tonight. It's 5:07 here. Love you guys. Thank y'all so much for being here. Thank you to all my mods for showing up and showing out. You are greatly appreciated. You guys work very hard and do an awesome job. Thank you so much. Exactly, just roll with it. And that's what we got to change. It's what I've seen in the history too. See you all later. Peace, love, and light. Thank you, Miss Smiley, for being up here and talking to us tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. See you all later.